First time ever, and history.
And then my daddy used to show me how to give that old ball just the perfect spin. A childhood filled with summer days and playing Little League. What I'd give to bring it back again.
That was then, as the 1993 Rockies opened their inaugural season against the New York Mets. Today, technology has certainly changed, but the game is still the same. And tonight, the Colorado Rockies host the New York Mets as we turn back the clock 20 years. Yeah, it's throwback night. 20 years ago, Frazier broke out all his best stuff from 1993.
Sideburns.
Yeah, how about me?
Thing. Yeah,
I had the full shock of hair back in 1993. Well, the Rockies won Game 1, 8-4. And when you think back to 1993, the gentleman calling the game back then, a guy we see all the time now, Dwayne Kuiper, was doing the color, and the late Charlie Jones, who was one of the great voices of sports television for about 3 decades, was calling the Rockies.
Well, you know, you look back at that time, and I played here at Mile High in the minor leagues when I came into town and played against the Denver Bears, and everybody said, would baseball work in Denver? I knew it would work then when 25,000 showed up for a AAA game in the middle of July. To come watch it, and later on after I'd retired I came back and broadcast games here in the minor leagues, and I knew it would work then. It's obviously worked, and it's been a great marriage with this wonderful city, and the Colorado Rockies and the fans in Colorado have surrounded us and the surrounding areas. It's been a wonderful, wonderful marriage.
It has indeed. Almost 4.5 million people came in year one, and they found the absolute right guy to guide the ship initially for the Rockies, Don Baylor.
This club was ready for that particular day for about 5 or 6 days prior to this, because we kind of wavered a little, and everyone's in shape, everyone's ready to go. You played also, so you know that time when you're ready to play. A lot of our players got a lot of at-bats in spring training, so they're just kind of spinning their wheels for the last 4 or 5 days.
Well, they were ready to go. They ran into Doc Gooden that day, though.
Wrong guy to run into, obviously. I mean, it ended up in a good way. But, I mean, it's in the same essence of what Don's talking about. The anticipation of being a club entering into the National League in spring training the last 5 days. Everything was new in Tucson. The ballpark coming into Mile High, a lot of guys have played in it in the minor leagues, and I don't think they could anticipate that kind of crowd showing up on opening day, regardless of where you are.
Yeah, it was amazing stuff. It was a year of firsts, including the first hit for the Colorado Rockies, produced by the Big Cat, who went on to hit .370 that year. Ball on Root Sports is brought to you by your 7 neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Charlie Jones along with Dwayne Kuiper, and in New York City, it is absolutely gorgeous. Early this morning, you called me about 7 o'clock. You said dress warmly. It's 34 degrees, but it has heated up. The sun is out, and we're ready finally to play ball.
Well, this is just the type of weather that you would want. Yeah, it is a little brisk, but the sun is out. It'll warm up throughout the course of the game, and I think this is what the Rockies were hoping for, a beautiful day for baseball.
Well, it was a beautiful start for the Rockies. Not so much in New York, but they came home and made history against the Montreal Expos. That's how it sounded 20 years ago when the late Charlie Jones and Dwayne Kuiper got the Rockies on the air first game. And now the Rockies are 20-plus seasons in. 20th anniversary, season number 21, and they're off to a fabulous start here in 2013, 9-4. After their 8-4 victory in Game 1, come from behind victory in Game 1. And the Rockies all set to take the field in Game 2. So we're celebrating two things today because of the snow out yesterday. We celebrated Jackie Robinson Day in Game 1, and now it's Throwback Day in Game 2, if you will. And the Rockies will have their normal numbers on their back in Game 2. There's Jeff Francis. Jeff making his third start of the year, looking for his second victory. Let's take a look at the Mets lineup in game number 2. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Colin Cowgill, who came into the ball game in the last few innings and had a couple of at-bats. He'll lead things off and play center field. Daniel Murphy will bat second. David Wright, he had a 3-hit ball game, including a couple of home runs in Game 1. Marlon Byrd will be in right field batting cleanup. Lucas Duda, Justin Turner, Ruben Tejada again at shortstop. Anthony Recker will do the catching. And the former American leaguer Aaron Laffey will be on the hill. And Jeff Francis looking to bounce back after a rough outing in San Francisco.
It was a rough outing for Jeff, and it ballooned everything. Earned run average, hits per innings, and he looks to rectify that today against a ball club. He's 2-2 in his career, with 37-33 overall record in his home starts with the Colorado Rockies and Kansas City Royals.
Tonight's defense brought to you by Excel Energy. We bring you the energy you need so that you can live the life you want. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. In the outfield, the Rockies will again have Eric Young Jr. Dexter Fowler's got a sore foot. That's why you're not seeing him today. Kadire and Cargo, same outfield as Game 1. Chris Nelson again third. Reed Brignac at shortstop. Josh Rutledge at second. Jordan Pacheco at first. And Yorvi Torrealba doing the catching. So after a little less than a 35-minute break, it's an old-fashioned doubleheader. It's turned into somewhat of a twilight doubleheader because the first pitch in Game 1 came around 3:10 this afternoon. Colin Cowgill against Jeff Francis, and the first pitch on the outside corner, strike one.
And you'll only see some left-handers in this lineup. Francis has only seen 5 all year long in all of his starts. Most of the opposition is really pounded on the right side of that lineup, which is 295 against him. Left-handers only 265. It's 176 career start, just 30 behind Aaron Cook for the most in club history.
On the ground up the third base line, long throw for Nelson, safe. Infield hit for Cowgill.
Well, what a play by Nelly.
He did everything he could do to produce the out. Cowgill just got up the line. Beat it.
You're not anticipating with a changeup away. He reaches out, hooks this thing. Nelly from the gets up, gets about back leg and tries to plant, put something behind the throw. Very close play for Nelly. Nice play. Very nice play defensively. He's trying to pull that one in to get the out. Upset that he didn't get it.
That'll bring up Daniel Murphy. And this is chopped slowly to second. Rutledge will get the lead runner. That's all. Flipping to the shortstop, Brignac. Well, here comes David Wright. And he was a lot like David Wright in the first game, George.
Wasn't he ever? First time up, he takes the ball to right center field, a 2-run home run, and it's a solo shot in the 5th inning to dead center field. Pretty similar pitches, too. Down in the strike zone, about ankle high, and he just golfed both of them out of the yard.
Well, he's not a perennial all-star for no reason. He played third base for Team USA in the WBC, and Team USA unfortunately didn't last very long. They played 4 games, but George, he drove in 10. There's Nelly again. Now a chance for 2. Nice pick at first. 5-4-3. Chris Nelson flashing leather in that first inning, and a nice job by Jeff Francis getting 3 ground balls. So the Rockies get to the bat rack quickly. Well done, Chris Nelson. Mets are wearing what normally would be their home uniforms, the white, and the Rockies are wearing what would normally be their road uniforms, the gray, because we're reenacting 1993 on April the 5th. The first ball game for the Rockies ever came at Shea Stadium. This was their lineup that day. Eric Young Sr. was leading off, then Alex Cole, Dante Bichette, the Big Cat, Gerald Clark, Charlie Hayes, Joe Girardi. He knows a little something about New York these days. Freddie Benavidez batted 8th, and David Need was on the hill. And today's Southwest batting order once again will feature an Eric Young. Isn't that appropriate up top? EY had a great first ball game, and again he's starting both ends of the doubleheader. Dexter Fowler just being given a day off with that sore foot. Josh Rutledge, Cargo, Kadire, Pacheco, Nelson, Torrealba, Reed Brignac, and Jeff Francis. Aaron Laffey is on the hill for the New York Mets. And the league is hitting .417 in the early going against Laffey.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a rough time. Right-handers have hit near 300 against him in his career, too. In 155 games, 66 total starts, 25 and 29. He's 0-1 in his career versus the Rockies. There's the overall numbers. A couple of games, 1 started, a .506 earned run average, a lot of hits, 6 strikeouts, and Drew mentioned the opposition, .417 average.
And the 1-1 is laced into right field. Another hit for Junior. And you go back to the first game, Frage, that's 4 straight hits for EY.
Yeah, that's, come in, hit 182 and walk out of the park tonight, hitting well in there 300. It's a pretty good day at the yard. Good pitch, down and away from him, and a good job by Eway not trying to pull that ball, just sliced it into the outfield for a leadoff single.
Bring up Josh Rutledge, scuffling a little bit, 4 for 24 on the road trip. They took a look at some video with Josh, he and Dante. Walt was involved, and they felt like, the swing looks fine.
Then it becomes pitch selection too. Don't get too aggressive. Don't get panicky over what you're hitting at this time. And a lot of young guys will do that. I mean, they'll start to panic. Oh my gosh, I'm hitting 191 with only 1 home run and 4 RBIs. I hit 280 plus a year ago. What's wrong? Don't panic, just stay the same.
Ball and a strike on Rutledge. Junior takes off. It's a hit and run, and through the vacant area goes the baseball. Ely will go first to third. Josh Rutledge executed it perfectly. First and third, nobody out here in the first for the Rockies.
When you are in a slump, a lot of times what you will do as a manager is put people in motion, try to open up the infield to get a ball through, to get a guy going, and that's exactly what happens here. Mike Shaw, Subaru Super Mo. You see Rutledge just stick the bat out, and you force them to do the little thing. Put the ball on the ground and push it to the right side. Works to perfection, and you have first and third and nobody out, and a dangerous bat, Carlos Gonzalez.
Cargo a triple and a home run in game 1. Batting average resting at a cool 348.
Not only are their uniforms going back to 1993, the scoreboard in left field is also going back to 1993, the way it looked back in the day. Not bad, huh?
As long as you can read the numbers, right? Read the names. Here's the 0-1, and Cargo drives this ball to center field, plenty deep enough to get the run home. And the Rockies will take a 1-0 lead. Couple singles, long fly ball. Well done on all ends. Cargo with a bounce in his step going through the dugout. This is 8th ribby. Boy, winning's fun, George. Winning's contagious, isn't it?
No question about it. I mean, you know, here you are in the lineup, and it's very cold outside with the temperature today in this ball game, and you're going out and having some fun doing what you like to do. Swing the bat, score a run. Why not drive in one?
That'll bring up Kadire, and Michael hitting 341. He was 1 for 2, a pair of walks and an RBI in the first game. The one was a double down the left field line, a line shot to the left field corner. And we got a pitch out over the plate, 0-2. Dyer's seen Laffey a lot from his American League days. 8 for 22 with a home run in his career against Aaron Laffey. Rutledge at first. Way outside. Dan Bellino's calling balls and strikes. He had the luxury of not working in game 1. Ted Barrett's at first, Alfonso Marquez at second, and Lance Barrett's at third. Game time temperature in game 2, 36 degrees. don't know if it feels that warm, George.
It's not that warm.
No. A little breezier here in game 2. This makes it the 4th coldest game in terms of the temperature at start time in Rockies history. And a base hit to left. And Rutledge will take a hard turn and then stop. 2 on, and that'll bring up Jordan Pacheco. Tonight's defense for the Mets brought to you by Excel Energy. We bring you the energy you need so that you can live the life you want. Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. The Mets will have Lucas Duda in left, Colin Cowgill in center, Marlon Byrd, the veteran, in right field. David Wright playing both ends, Ruben Tejada playing both ends, Daniel Murphy both ends, Jacob Turner, the big redheads at first base, and Anthony Reckers behind the plate. Gold Glover, great offensive player, the Mets ambassador. That's been around since '62 now. And the one position that they, until David Wright arrived, it seemed like they went through a new guy every other year.
Yes.
And then he settled in there, and if you put together an all-time 9 for the Mets,
he's there.
He would be the unanimous choice at third base. Jordan Pacheco got an AB in that first game and threw out a base hit. Get a chance here to bunch some at bats. Rutledge at second. And Dyer at first. Pacheco a year ago was terrific in every way, shape, and form offensively. He hit .309, and he had 325 runners in scoring position. Looking for his first knock in that situation this year. 0 for 5. All different kinds of weather reports. You know, it's Colorado. Some said it would start snowing by 2 o'clock this afternoon. That obviously didn't happen, fortunately. 2-2.
And then it's supposed to snow around 6 o'clock. Then it's 8 o'clock. And guess what? We're playing baseball. It's 7 o'clock, and the Rockies got a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first.
Laffey got to the big leagues pretty young age. He's just 27, and he has well over 4 years of service time. That signed him as a minor league free agent. Last year 4-6 with Toronto. Also a number of years with Cleveland, Seattle. Also the New York Yankees. Here's the 3-2, and Pacheco fouls this one off. Originally a 16th round pick.
You'd like to see that. He's left-handed. That helped him get moved along. A strike thrower typically, that helps move you along. Then you add a changeup and a breaking ball to the mix. It gets you the big leagues pretty quick, and they hope you have success doing it.
Yeah, he signed out of high school, opting to go the professional route instead of going to Virginia Tech. Runners on the move, and it's foul.
Well, Walt White's being very aggressive here in this first inning. They hit and run with Rutledge. Now you put the runners in motion on a 3-2. Right-handed bat up.
And I kind of like it. I like it a lot, George. One of the other things, Walt's factoring in is Laffey's not a big strikeout guy.
No, he's not a big strikeout guy, but if that happens, then you got to have the problem of throwing behind the runner. In other words, the guy stealing from first. You really got to bust your rear end. Most guys will go there versus third.
Turner's playing a little bit behind Cuddyer, so Michael gets the bigger lead, and they're going again, and once again it's punched into the seats foul. Walt, true to his word, he said we're going to be an aggressive, smart base running team. Which also means, if you do that, if you're aggressive from time to time, you're going to run into outs.
And you live with that.
You live with that.
Absolutely, you do.
It's impossible to play this game perfectly. It's impossible to come anywhere close to playing this game perfectly.
And not only that, it's April, so just let it fly and see what happens.
Yeah. They're going again, and once again, Pacheco fouls it back. We're getting a good long look at Laffey. Rutledge singled, he's at second base. Cuddyer singled, he's at first. Rockies already have a run. Eric Young Jr. with his 4th straight hit between the Twin Bills. Went first to third on the base hit by Rutledge. It was a perfect execution of a hit and run, and then Cargo hit a scoring fly ball to deep center. There they go, and swung on and missed, and they'll steal the bases though. No place for Recker to go with the baseball.
Third stolen base for Cuddyer on the season. He's yet to be thrown out.
Rutledge gets his 3rd stolen base. Am I right with that?
Old stats, but they should be updated as far as Rutledge is concerned.
Actually, it's 4 for Rutledge and 2 for Cuddyer. That'll bring up Chris Nelson. He's been swinging the bat well. 2 ribbies out there for Nelly. Rutledge at third base, George, should be a 20+ stolen base guy. Top to short, and a long throw in time to get Chris Nelson. In the inning, the Rockies come up with a run. As we go to inning number 2, 1-0 Rockies.
And we're ready finally to play ball. Base hit. First hit for the sun is out, and we're ready finally to play ball. Base hit. First hit for the Colorado Rockies.
They've had quite a few since then, celebrating 20 years of Rockies baseball tonight. Jeff Francis, inning number 2. Sweeping curveball misses to Marlon Byrd. 4, 5, and 6 for the Mets in the second inning.
Well, I'll tell you what, too. I looked at Bird's numbers when he went down to play in Mexico last winter. Oh, a lot of home runs. He's basically out of baseball. He got a shot.
He's always been pretty solid. He's always been pretty good with the bat. Won't hurt you defensively. Big, strong guy, 35-year-old. Started the year last year with the Cubs, went to the Red Sox, and then was released in June. He was suspended for 50 games shortly thereafter for violating the league substance joint drug program. George said tore up the Mexican League with 16 home runs and 46 RBIs.
Played really well there. And that's where the Mets started. Okay, you know what? He served his suspension. He went down there and he played really well. Let's give him another shot at it. Good pitch here. Change up at 76, running away from Bird. You had him in a situation probably thinking off-speed breaking ball on the inner half. And Jeff really rotated to the inside. Watch right there, that late tail and fade. Got Bird out on his front foot and got the strikeout. You know, I put this 4th coat on. I feel pretty good.
The 4th one usually keeps you warm.
Straightens you out, doesn't it?
1 strike to count on Lucas Duda. Actually, the first pitch was called a ball, and the second pitch was called a strike. So how about 1-1?
Same thing, isn't it?
Now it is. Good curveball.
See, that's what Jeff could do, and really mess with you in that respect. That slow curveball, 68 miles an hour. Now he's so far out. Look at that front foot's already committed. Here comes the hands. Even if contact's made, it's not going to be solid contact. Jeff, one of those guys that just understands the art of pitching. Where he's trying to go with every single pitch. Off the end of the bat, another tough play here. Brunelli won't be able to make it.
Well, you just hate that. You make a great pitch and you get a bad result out of it.
Yeah, that's the point of it. I mean, you know, you do make your perfect pitch. You do put it right where you want to. Then it comes back to haunt him. He's so far out on his front foot, he cue balls this down the third base line. See, what's right off the end of the bat. It almost looks like it hits in that cupped area off the end of the bat. Starts to spin foul, comes back way fair. You get a base hit. Looks like a line drive the next day. But what Jeff did in the first inning, flipped a double play. Would like to see another one here.
At the top of the strike zone on Jacob Turner.
Just me, or a lot more guys got beards this year. A lot of guys in the league have a lot more beards.
Seem that way?
Yeah, it does kind of.
Well, let's make the first tour of the league. We'll count. 2-strike count on Turner.
Here, we'll give Dougie something to do. Hey, Dougie, what percentage of players have beards in the National League versus the American League?
And then this year versus '93, Doug.
Yeah.
The inaugural season.
Could you have that by the 3rd inning, please?
You gonna give him that much time?
Yeah, well, he deserves it.
Comebacker. Jeff with a good feed. It's not caught by Brignac.
A perfect feed by Jeff Francis. As a pitcher, when it's hit back at you like that, what you have to do is you have to get your footing underneath you. so you can be able to square up to make a solid throw. If you just turn and fire, a lot of times your elbow will drop and the ball will sail on you. Watch when Jeff catches the ball. Perfectly set up. Now throw it right over where he is coming. I mean, it's a little bit high, but a throw that's got to be caught by Reed. So, I mean, right here, felt like he had to jump a little bit to get it, but probably didn't. It just popped out of the glove.
That's just the 5th error on the Rockies this year. The error on Reed Brignac. Rockies played an extraordinary defense so far this year. I hope that's not costly because that's not. You can't assume a double play, but that would have been a double play.
Taylor-made.
He'd be in the dugout right now. You got to make a pitch on Ruben Tejada, see if you can roll one over again.
But that's where Jeff a lot of times will pick his teammates up and make that pitch to get that double play.
Duda's at second, Turner at first. Duda hit one off the end of the bat for an infield hit. Shortstop Ruben Tejada. And a base hit that's going to tie up the baseball game.
Yeah, Costly too, because you got second, third now, just one out.
Chance to get him at second. They did get him. Great throw by Kadire. Reed Brignac put the tag down, and Tejada is out trying to stretch the single into a double. But we're tied at 1.
Yeah, the double play costly, or I should say the inability to turn the double play costly. Tejada trying to make the turn on that thing, and Tom Goodwin, the former Rocky, sent him as he got to the first base area, thinking maybe that Kadire would not get to this baseball because it was hit softly and is tailing away from Kadire into foul territory, but he picked it up, snap throw into second base on line perfectly, and then they get Tejada for the second out. Changes the complexion of the inning tremendously for Jeff and the Rockies.
You got Anthony Recker up there. See how they handle this. You have first base open, and it's very early in the game. Pitcher on deck.
Well, a lot of times you feel like a guy that struggled maybe with his bat. With Recker right now hitting 200 and only 1 RBI, I know you would much rather face a pitcher if you're later into the ball game, but here you get the out, you got Laffey leading things off the next inning.
2-0.
Sometimes as a manager, when you get to 3-0, you just take it out of their hands and go ahead and walk them.
That's what they'll do. So the free pass to Recker. And that'll bring up Aaron Laffey. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level seats today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Well, with the old-fashioned scoreboard, George, we can't tell you what the temperature is.
Cold
right now. But
I'll just say cold, okay? Trust me, cold. Doug can find that out for you. Might not be able to get the beard thing, but he can find out the temperature real quick.
Laffey's from Cumberland, Maryland, and he went right out of high school, as we mentioned, into professional baseball, and he made his big league debut with the Indians as a 22-year-old. Looked like he almost hurt himself swinging at that pitch.
Yeah, looking at the auxiliary board, that's exactly what they used to look like a long time ago.
Yeah, that's not just 20 years ago. That's going way back.
Pittsburgh, St. Louis delayed with Pittsburgh on top, 4-2. Zito's at it again, 3-1 over Milwaukee. San Francisco, he's like resurrected his whole career since last year.
Really amazing. Just struggled year after year after signing that big deal with the Giants, and then found himself last year, won 16 games.
Now being told that Pittsburgh and St. Louis has been postponed. A lot of storms going across the northern part of the United States right now. Snow and rain.
2-2. Strike 3 on Laffey. In the inning, there was a couple of hits. There was a costly error, and thus an unearned run for the Mets. They've tied it up at 1 as we go to the bottom of the second. This was the first home run, and actually the first run for the Colorado Rockies. Dante Bichette, fittingly going deep at Chase Stadium. Rockies got shut out in their first game ever against Doc Gooden. He threw a 4-hit shutout. 1-1 is our score. Bottom of the second inning with George Frazier and Jenny Cavnar. I'm Drew Goodman on a frigid Tuesday afternoon. How many people at home thought the Rockies would play baseball today, much less a doubleheader? They worked on this field throughout the night, and through the morning they cleared snow for about 7 hours. Piled up on the warning track through the infield and outfield, and then it took them another few hours to remove all of that snow. First pitch came after a delay of 2 hours and 2 minutes in game 1.
That right field line was stacked almost 5 feet high. There's part of it dumped out. Still is there with the temperatures at 34. It's not going anywhere. A lot of it piled up in the Rockies bullpen.
Here's Yorvit, and Torrealba takes a strike. Torrealba 3 for 9 so far this year. He's driven in a run. And up to first base. Reed Brignac coming up. Who wants tacos? Remember, when the Rockies score 7 or more during any game, as they did in the first game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the following day. Do it between 4 and 6. Get your Rockies taco special. Brignac, a pair of doubles among his 5 hits so far this year. He's had some loud outs also. Bat pretty well out of the gate. And the 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. The Mets last year went 74 and 88. Like this year, a year ago, they got off to a pretty good start. Could not sustain it. And they suffered bad news already this year with Johan Santana going down and out for the year. And you wonder about, will he ever come back when you have significant injury later on in your career. 3 1s in there, 3 and 2. Santana so dominant in the middle portion of the first decade of the 21st century, went 98 and 42 between 03 and 08, which was the best record in baseball. And Laffey strikes out. Reed Grignard. And the throw ends up in left field. That's not good. One on Francis, 0-2. In between 03 and 08, Santana won 98 games. Roy Oswalt won 96. Roy Halladay won 94. Carlos Zambrano won 91. Look at how dominant he was. Mike Messina won 88. Zambrano's looking for a job still, right?
Yeah, he is. Yep, still throwing and living in Miami, I believe. Not the same guy. Saw him in spring training, 86, 87 miles an hour. Didn't have the velocity behind it for a guy that threw 95, 96. A lot of changes. It just didn't work out for him. I'm saying that's the first time Jeff Francis has been hit by a pitch. Doug's already on it. See here, that's one thing about throwing the curveball. Oh, that got Uni, but that was nice. Got out of the way. Better than a rib shot. First time he's ever been hit at a big league level. Plus, you know, you go out and run the bases, your body's going to stay warm versus sitting over in the dugout or even down in the tunnel, maybe by a heater. Your body's moving around.
Junior with a base hit his first time up. 4 straight hits dating back to game 1 of this doubleheader. Eli's played in the cold weather before. Not only has been a Rocky for a while, but grew up in New Jersey. Boy, he's fast. Bang, bang at first. David Wright just did get him. We move to the third and a 1-1 ball game. go to the top of the third inning. It'll be the top of the order again for the Mets. Tonight's sideline report brought to you by the Honey Smoked Fish Company. Secrets in the fire. It's a ready-to-eat superfood. Jenny Cavnar. Jenny?
Yeah, Drew, well, as we're flashing back, I should say, to 1993, you look up and down the Rockies roster, and guys like Josh Rutledge, they were 4. They can't remember much. Some other players were just beginning their middle school and high school baseball careers. So we asked third base coach Stu Cole where he was in 1993.
I believe I was 27, 28 years old, and I was in Colorado Springs. And I was playing with the Sky Sox that year. That was my first year playing with the Sky Sox.
And Stu told me it was great to be with the Sky Sox that year because even though the Sky Sox had been in Colorado Springs as a Class AAA affiliate that began back in 1988, that was their first year affiliated with the Rockies. Previous to that, they were affiliated with the Cleveland Indians. So he said there was a lot of excitement even down in Colorado Springs around the new franchise and bringing Major League Baseball to Denver.
Hey, Jenny.
Yeah.
Where were you in 93?
I was 11, and I was bunting a lot, actually. Speaking of bunting, I was a really great bunter, George. That's what I was working on in 93.
Were?
Yes.
You have a picture of you back then?
Please don't show that.
Do we have one?
Please don't show
Let me
things
see.
like this.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, boy. I
What's
hope
wrong
we
with
dug up
that?
a few gems on you, too. You know, you always have to make sure your dress matches the couch you're going to be sitting on for Easter pictures.
Sure, absolutely.
You know?
Yeah.
Just blend right in.
Looks
Jenny,
great.
you look terrific.
At least I could see. Those are some pretty big goggles there.
Were you saying you were going skiing later that day?
It's a strong possibility.
Bunt base hit, as Jenny described, for Colin Cowgill, and here's Daniel Murphy. Frazier, what were you doing in 93?
Working for the Minnesota Twins, doing a little baseball, doing a little basketball in the wintertime, and raising a family. My daughter was just born.
Pulled down the line, that's fair. And he's going to kick to the left. Kadyr's going to have another chance to throw a guy out, and he just missed getting it. Accurate throw again from Kadir.
He's got a really accurate arm because he really plants his feet properly and stays behind the ball, gets in a 4-seam rotation move on the baseball. That's why it stays pretty true and straight. You don't see a lot of tail out of a ball from Kadir. Murphy thought that ball was going to be fouled. Just hooks around the bag and then it ricochets off. And Kadir played it right out in the middle. Now see, watch this ball. Pretty straight and true. Not a lot of tail to it. Head first slide, trying to get out into the center field side to extend that tag. As a runner coming into second, you're looking to see where the defensive player is standing and waiting to receive the baseball.
David Wright, second and third, nobody out. And the snap throw, and it's going to go down the left field line. Everybody's going to move up, and it's 2-1. The Rockies have committed their second error of the ball game. Again, they had just 4 coming into the evening.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic even for Torrealba because he really set his feet very well to make that throw. Step behind right, was well balanced, and cold temperatures, did the grip play a role in this? Could have. Over on the third base side, Torrealba trying to make this play and help his pitcher out. Just disappointed.
Now you're in an unenviable situation. You got right up a 2-0 count.
And nobody out.
And nobody out. Trailing 2-1. Rockies got off to the quick start. A Cargo sac fly in the first gave the Rockies a 1-0 lead. Should have been out of the second inning, but an error hurt them there. And it's 3-0. Jeff Francis, one of the smartest guys in baseball, and he won't be disappointed if he ends up losing Wright, and he does on 4 pitches. Here's why. Wright can leave the yard or hit one in the gap, as we all know. So now it's first and third. He's a threat to run, but with Jeff being left-handed, you figure you keep him close. He struck out Bird the first time. Then you have a left-handed bat with Duda, and he's thinking, you know, if I can get a ground ball, I can really limit the damage here. Why let Wright potentially make it worse, especially since I'm already behind?
Well, that's true, and this is a guy that's paid to knock in an awful lot of runs. Now, Marlon Byrd is not a, you know, cupcake up at the plate. You're going to have to make a pitch on him, as you did the first time up, a change up away.
Murphy at third, Wright at first. Top of the third inning. And Bird hits it in the air to center field. It'll get the run home. And the Mets have a 3-1 lead. 8th RBI from Marlon Byrd.
Just try to minimize your pitch count here. You're at 39. Try to get the ball on the ground. Try to get you a double play ball.
Duda was way out in front his first time up. Ended up cueing a ball toward third that resulted in an infield single. Two and out. Duda's a Southern California kid who went to Southern Cal. Good player there, wasn't an enormous star. That's in there. Last year he hit 15 home runs for the Mets and 401 at bats.
Not a bad idea on a 2-1 count, a running count with 1 out. Even though you got a left-hander up and a left-hander on the mound. It's if you get the proper lead, you're David Wright, who's very good at getting a walking lead at first base.
Remember when Wright came up and he was 20? What's he doing 30 now?
Time flies when you're having a lot of fun, Drew.
He and Reyes came up. They were puppies. This ball well hit left center field. Cargo will get back and make the catch.
Wind probably helped out a little bit. The ball was hit pretty well. You got the wind coming in from left field and knocked it down. Cargo able to go back and make a play on it.
Well, Rockies fans, this season we want to answer your questions on air during Toyota Talk in the 5th inning. Here's how you do it. Text Toyota followed by a question to 720-720. First-time texters, automatic winners, will receive a one-day free pass to the Denver Zoo, courtesy of your neighborhood Toyota stores. 2 outs. Jacob Turner reached on an error on Brignac. The ball was hit right back to, with a runner at first and 1 out, right back to Francis, and he fired to second. Slightly high. Right takes off. Throw to second is not going to get it. Right's going to move up to third, and that's the 3rd error already for the Rockies, and it's a rough inning for Torrealba. That's his 2nd error. He tried to throw from his knees. The Rockies, for the first time this year, have not been real tidy defensively.
No, they haven't. Some catchers have the ability from the knee to throw the baseball and keep it on line. As Torrealba spun, he tried to keep that ball as straight as he possibly could, but it sailed about that last 4 feet. Rutledge tried to get out. He has a runner coming into him, but the ball actually went behind David Wright into center field.
1-1 on Turner.
You can almost count an error on the defensively will add about 10 to 15 pitches to a pitcher's count in an inning to get out of things. Particularly if you're working in the middle of the lineup where you got to pitch carefully.
2-1. 4 stolen bases for Wright. Wright's career high in stolen bases, 34. Back in 07, he was a 30-30 man that year, 30 home runs. Last year stole 15. Two. Yeah, 3-2.
Well, everybody with the hats, the jackets, the whole deal. Colorado Rockies, you bet, man.
He went around, strike 3. Turner tried to sell it by running to first. And given the circumstances, a big strikeout for Jeff Francis. Jacob Turner. In the inning, a couple of runs for the Mets, only one of which was earned. So 2 of the 3 runs tonight, unearned runs for New York. They're up 3-1. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Ford Fusion. Quality you want, power you deserve. Ford Fusion, go further. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Well, the Rockies came from a couple of runs down in the first ball game to end up winning, going away 8-4. They're down 3-1 as they come to bat here with Josh Rutledge, Carlos Gonzalez, and Michael Cuddyer in the third against Aaron Laffey. Rutledge executed a hit and run perfectly. The ground ball through the right side, the vacated right side, back in the first inning. Here's the 2-0. And it's 3-0. Not even close, and a leadoff walk to Rutledge.
Well, the Yankees are coming to town. That's right. The Yankees will be here May 7th through the 9th, so get your tickets today and root on your home team against the New York Yankees. 303 Rockies or Rockies.com to purchase tickets for the Yankees series May 7th through the 9th. I saw that Jeter took a few ground balls, swung the bat yesterday, but not ready, obviously, to get back in that lineup with the Yankees.
Cargo hit a fly ball to deep center field his first time up. Sac fly. Picked off his 8th RBI. Outside ball 1. Outfield extremely deep. Kind of a look at the defensive alignment. Laffey kind of a typical lefty these days, not overpowering, and he uses that cutter a large portion of the time.
Well, and he fits the ballpark where he's at too. City Field's a big ballpark, so he gets some fly balls and still get, the outs are not going to hurt him. But he's a guy typically a ground ball guy, but the fly balls aren't going to hurt him either.
Rockies go to New York in early August. They moved the fences in like they did at Petco a little bit at Citi Field. And this will be a base hit to left center field. And Rutledge got a pretty good read. He'll go first to third. And the Rockies have the first two on here in the third inning with nobody out.
Look at this pitch on this Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo right here. It's a spinning breaking ball away, but it didn't have a lot of depth to it. It stayed pretty flat and allowed Cargo just to take it into the opposite field. Hit it on the line, probably hit a little bit too hard. Cowgill hustled over and he was able to keep the double play in order at first and third versus allowing to try to make that strong throw to third base, and then you got second, third. Cuddyer, talking about hot hitters. Cuddyer, 341 average coming into this ball game, a base hit in his first at bat.
You said it a few times, George, and you just watched Cuddyer, and he was comfortable last year, but he was learning the league, new uniform his entire career in Minnesota, and safe to say he's far more comfortable this year. He's showing it.
Well, what they told me he fought a little bit was in the American League, they very rarely pounded him in hard. Everything was away. And they might show a fastball in. The National League was just the opposite of that. They threw him a lot of fastballs in, and he had a tough time adjusting early on. Different league, different set of pitchers.
Deep short. And because he beat the throw, get an RBI, it's 3-2.
Again, that's the second time today one of the quote unquote star players for the Rockies busted it up the line to get an RBI to keep things alive with men on base. as you work your way through this lineup. I mean, Cargo did it earlier in an 8-4 ball game at the bottom of the 8th inning. So you got a couple of guys involved in here. Cargo going hard into second base, a flip, and then Cuddyer hard up the line.
That's just proper baseball right there.
Well, it goes back to the old adage, effort doesn't take a day off. They both gave great effort.
Inside on Jordan Pacheco, he had a lengthy at bat that resulted ultimately in a strikeout against Aaron Laffey. See how he does second time around. He's a pretty good hit and run man too also. Cuddyer takes off, and the throw is low, but it's in time. And Pacheco looked down immediately at Stu Cole, wondering if he missed a sign. I mean, again, I'm guessing.
Well, look at Cuddyer. He'll be able to tell you if he's looking back at home plate halfway down. Typically, that's what you do when a hit runs on, versus, you know, not looking back at all. So he kind of glanced over his shoulder to see if a swing was made, and it wasn't. Went as hard as he could. Play made on it.
Yeah, that looked like a hit and run.
He didn't swing. I better hurry up.
Yeah, a hit and run that one guy got the sign and one guy didn't.
Yeah, the hit and run worked early in the ball game with Rutledge, base hit to right.
That was the right count for it. It was 1-0.
I like aggressive baseball.
Ball's well struck center field, misread by Cowgill, but he'll recover and make the catch. Rockies get a run back in the third inning. It's 3-2 New York as we go to the fourth. Time for the Cooney Lexus look back. We have a 3-2 ball game in the first inning. The Rockies scored quickly. Carlos Gonzalez with a runner at third. Eric Young, who had singled, scoring fly ball. Second inning, this ball dumped into right field would score a run. Lucas Duda coming around. And then in the third inning, the Rockies had some throwing issues. Torey Alba's throw was low there. And Marlon Byrd had a sac fly for the second run. And a moment ago, on a fielder's choice, the Rockies get their second run. Nothing spectacular. No balls over the wall or off the wall, but it's a 3-2 ball game brought to you by Cooney Lexus, where luxury has an address. 7-8-9 for the Mets in the fourth inning. So Francis looking for a quick and efficient inning. He had that basically in the first. And he's thrown a bunch of pitches in the second and third. Rockies have made 3 errors. Consider they had 4 errors for the season coming into this ball game. 2-1 on Ruben Tejada. Jose Reyes, though he's now in Toronto, and you remember, Georgie, he signs a big deal with the Miami Marlins. The Marlins, the big players before opening their stadium a year ago. And the owner, Jeffrey Loria, said, we want you to buy a house down here. And then the next week he traded him to Toronto. And the reason I bring that up is Adam Ottavino, who's a native Brooklynite, works out in the offseason with the former Met, Jose Reyes, because Reyes never did buy a house in Miami. He kept his house in Long Island and still lives in the New York area in the offseason. So
they made a wise choice.
Adam Ottavino and Reyes, a couple other guys from the New York area work out together. 2-2.
Well, a lot of the big league parks like this one, you get 2 or 3 cages downstairs. You got mounds, guys that live in the area can come in and throw. If you're with the Colorado Rockies, if you're not, obviously they don't, insurance purposes prevent a lot of guys from doing that.
Yeah, and that's changed because a few years back you would see guys from other clubs.
Hard to find for pitchers in the offseason. Most strikeout by Jeff. The most difficult thing for pitchers to find is the catchers. They want to catch bullpens.
Did you have a guy when you were back home in the winter?
No, Jim Brewer actually.
Jim Brewer was a pitcher.
Was a pitching coach for 25 years at the big league level and worked at Oral Roberts as a pitching coach. Would line up catchers for us.
Oh, I thought you would say Jim got down in the squat and was catching.
No. Jim was a pitching coach for a number of years. Just got tired of the game. Came home. I mean, he wanted to fish and hang out. Oral Roberts talked him into being a pitching coach. So Brew would go over. All right, boys, 10 o'clock Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Be in to indoor. We'd all show up and start working out January 1.
Bouncing ball to third. That's a good pickup by Nelson.
Much improved defensively at third base.
Anthony Recker's retired. Autoglass nicked up. Call Safelite Autoglass 303-287-5000. Online at safelite.com. Laffey will ground out to Josh Rutledge. Jeff Francis got exactly what he was looking for, a quick and efficient 4th inning. Rockies trailing 3-2. Snowpacked Coors Field.
does take off. Here's the throw to second. And Eric Young has the stolen bases. Hundley was way off the mark.
Hundley actually had a pretty good pitch.
Well, that was the first stolen base you saw in Colorado Rockies history. Appropriate that it would be Eric Young Sr. That's called a diamond wipe back in the day. And I understand in the truck tonight we're debuting a new kind of wipe. Rockies trailing 3-2 as we come up on the bottom of the fourth inning. Colorado will have Chris Nelson, Yorvi Torrealba, and Reed Brignac. See, that's new, George.
Huh. It's all new to me. Every year, new technology.
Aaron Laffey misses ball one on Chris Nelson.
You know what I was sitting here thinking about this club and watching it through the first 13 ball games. You're just sitting in the dugout. I'm talking about the opposing dugout, the way they score runs, and your thought is, when is it going to explode and bite us? You know, when are they going to come score their 4 or 5 runs in bunches as they do with the home runs, the long balls, try to minimize damage? And Terry tried everything in the first ball game, running different guys out of his bullpen. A difficult place in this offense swinging the bat the way it is. They figure out a pretty good way to minimize damage too. If you thought about it, with the Rockies having 3 errors and giving up 5 hits right now, and you're in the bottom of the fourth inning, would you think that the opposition only have 3 runs? No, you think it'd be a lot worse than it is. But they were, Jeff made pitches to get out of innings.
He's done that. And I think the mantra all year, I mean, every pitcher wants to go out there and throw a shutout, but they know, just like DeCasio, that's not a great first game, solid, 4 runs, 5 innings. Yet he kept his club in the game.
Yes, he did.
And again, with this offense, more often than not, they're going to outscore the opposition if you keep them around.
And that's why it's so important for the bullpen, even when you get into that 6th, 7th inning, to maintain the game or what it is. If you're down 1 or 2, don't let it get to 4 or 5.
And the 3-2 changeup strikes out Chris Nelson. We'll bring up Torrealba. Let's take a look at our AT&T trivia question. Who are the starting pitchers for the first ball game the Rockies ever partook in?
Brent Smith started the home opener.
Brent Smith started the home opener.
So it was Dwight Gooden and...
Well, you're answering the question for everybody there, Frank.
I'm just running it out there.
Yeah, well.
I answered half of it, not all of it.
That actually was the easy half.
Well, because you said earlier in the game, too.
Yeah. And you were, at that time, still one of the best pitchers in the game.
Well, I can tell you he was really good in 84. In 85.
24-4 one year with a 1.53 ERA. Is that pretty good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
1-1 on Torrealba. Fouls it off his foot.
Well, tonight wasn't the night you want to bike to the ball game, but April 21st will be. How about that, Drew? You can win prizes if you do it also. So get more information and ticket specials at Rockies.com/green. So make sure you do that. Diamondbacks will be in town. $25 green packs, $40 bike to the game packs.
Looking at some more numbers on Aaron Laffey. Been pretty good in the first half of seasons and not so good in the second half. 2.45 ERA over the last 3 years in the first half. That's terrific. Second half, 5.69.
Well, either
a
tired,
walk to Torrealba.
Tired, or guys, second time through the lineup, guys start to figure you out. Second time through the rotation, I should say, in the not lineup, but in your division in the league. Pass around that second, third time, guys start to figure out and get after you.
Brignac struck out his first time up. Rockies in the midst of a 10-game homestand. They'll play Arizona this weekend.
That's a tough homestand.
And then the Atlanta Braves come in. The Braves have had the best start in baseball this year. How about Brignac's look, man? He pulled the mask down off his face and he's kind of hanging out around his neck.
Well, I think it bothered him a little bit hitting in his previous one. It bothered him maybe out there on that play at second base. This just kind of gives you a little opening to look out of, but jerked it down to keep the neck warm, the eyes wide open.
Well, The Great Gatsby, the movie's coming out soon, George. He's got an ascot on. Almost hit him, 2-1. It's not going to melt.
Yeah, not
tonight.
Temperature, no.
By reports, it's not going to melt tomorrow. Three and two. You got to stay patient with a guy like Laffey. He's going to live on the edges. He's not dissimilar to Francis. Just got a little better stuff with the curveball. One out, Torrealba at first. Conservative lead naturally. Edgens now up in their bullpen. Ball four. Good eye by Brignac. And now 2 on. And that'll bring up Francis. Walks allowed by Laffey.
Dan Wortham walked over and sit down and just for a minute talk to Terry Collins. You want me to go out there? Here's this left-hander getting after it. Pretty good edging down in their bullpen. Well, this is what it looks like out in the parking lot, folks. They just started dumping anywhere that they could to get rid of the snow and try to help clean and get things done, and they did the best they could, and by golly, they did a great job to have baseball here, particularly a doubleheader.
Well, had the Rockies and Mets lost, say, 2 or even worse than that 3 games in this series.
That just makes it hard to, both teams are playing well. Now, who knows what's going to be in September, but you think the Mets want to come back when the season ends and make up 3 or try to find an off day? Because August 19th, they're already flying back to Minnesota to make one.
Yeah, but that's the point. I mean, if you're talking about multiple games, you play a doubleheader on an off day. I mean, nobody wants to do that, fly and play a doubleheader. We've seen that happen before, but it could have been a disaster. And that's a fair ball. It's not going to work out well. That's a double play. Francis bunts into a 2-5-3 double play. It was a 2-5-4. I'm not sure who was covering over there. We'll figure it out. That's 2-5-4. 3-2 New York. Inning, it's our Toyota talk inning. Top of the order, Collin Cowgill for the Mets against Jeff Francis. The story in this game is the Rockies have not played tight defense. You know, Jeff very easily, the way the official score has it, 3 runs, 2 earned, it very easily, George, could be 3 runs, 1 earned. The official score basically felt like on the fly ball to center field that played it Daniel Murphy prior to the error with 2nd and 3rd, that would have been deep enough, certainly to score the run. I agree with that, but to have the runner move from 2nd to 3rd, and possibly, but you know, you could make the argument the other way also, that the runner wouldn't have moved up, and then as the inning played out, that run wouldn't have been an earned run. Are players allowed to use any kind of hand warmers on the field? Well, I mean, they can keep in their pocket, you know, the warmers that you use when you're skiing.
Sometimes guys will actually put them in the palm of their hands inside their glove to keep their palm and their hands warm there. But the other one would be in the back right pocket, of course. Stick your hand in there and keep it warm. Try to keep it warm.
Jam shot, and it's going to drift out of play. Who's the fastest player in the league? Aiden and Craig. Well, I mean, there's a few players I would think of. Eric Young Jr.'s up there. I mean, if you're talking about Major League Baseball, either league, Mike Trout is
Bergios might be.
Who's that?
Center fielder for the Angels.
Oh, yeah, Borgios, Peter Borgios.
He might be as quick as anybody I've seen.
Yeah, he's in the conversation, and Chris Nelson just knocks it down. Cowgill has another infield hit. Drew Stubbs can fly. Andrew McCutchen can fly. It's the 2nd infield hit. Actually, 3rd infield hit for Collin Cowgill. He had an infield hit in the 1st inning. He had a bunt single in the third, and now this one. I think who else we're forgetting.
Well, some of the teams we only see 3 times or 6 when they come here. I mean, I'm just trying to think of some of the guys just like yourself. It's pretty difficult. Try to remember them all, but we've named quite a few so far.
The 2 Angels, Trout and Borges. Any thoughts on what it's like to be on the other team in New York, Mike? Well, I grew up in New York, and there are more Yankee fans than Met fans, but growing up there, it doesn't, especially when the Mets are doing well, it doesn't necessarily feel that way. The Mets have had, their moments to shine, and obviously historically the Yankees may be the most famous sports franchise, or one of the most famous 2 or 3 sports franchises in history in the world. I mean, they have 27 world championships.
Right.
It's hard to compete with. You also have to remember, in the New York metropolitan area, between New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, there's 17 million plus people.
And you're either a Yankee fan or you're a Met fan. You're not both.
Yep. You are not both. George,
you're not allowed to be both.
Yeah, George knows that from playing with the Yankees. I know that from growing up there. That's the same thing in Chicago. You don't find people, I want to see the Cubs do well, I want to see the White Sox do well. No, that guy doesn't exist.
No.
You're a North Sider or South Sider.
That's right.
Frazier was a North Sider. One, 2. Why are the Rockies in road unis and the Mets in home unis? That's a great question. We explained it earlier. This is a throwback ball game. We're celebrating the Rockies' first ever game against the Mets at Shea Stadium. And so the Mets went along, and the Mets are wearing their home white, and the Rockies are wearing their road grays. 2-2.
Whoa, good pitch.
It's a tough out here. This is the stickiest part of the lineup. Murphy's a good hitter, off to a great start. Of course, you have David Wright sitting behind him. Murphy's hitting .440 on the road. And it's pulled to first, chance for 2. And they'll turn it. Good job, though. Pacheco made a good feed. So Murphy trades places with Cowgill, and that'll bring up Wright with 1 out.
Well, what made this a little more difficult to turn was the fact it was not hit hard. It was hit off the end of the bat. And it was pulled right there. So as Pacheco turned and fired, they were able to get the lead runner, but Brignac's footwork there looked as if he had a right foot planted, so he wanted to step back and over to the side to get away from the base runner so he'd have a clear shot at first base, and just the speed outran the throw.
How much does a canceled game mess with player preparation, especially the starting pitcher, George?
Well, the starting pitcher, if you're going to start the next day, it depends on if you're going to get skipped or not. Most of the guys will go out and still play catch, so it's just added 1 day to what is your normal routine, and an extra off day, and it's not going to hurt, shouldn't hurt your ability to go out and pitch. Drew, I like the beanie cap. I think you should wear that every night.
Well, if it stays this cold, I will. I don't know why I didn't do it in years past. And that That's off of Torrealba. And moving up is Daniel Murphy. I don't know if Jorvik got crossed up or get crossed up there because there's no runner at second base, just flashing one side.
Well, he's disappointed. He's shaking his head because of the result there. He knows that's a pitch he should have caught. It just kind of shot out of the glove. And remember now, 34 degrees, your leather in the glove gets a little stiff. See, he tried to push that ball down. When it broke late, you got to turn the glove over and just receive the baseball.
Pass ball on Jorvik, and it's 3. But now they changed it. It's a wild pitch.
Tough call.
It's cold. Do you guys have heaters? Can we sit with you?
Sure, come on up.
Yeah, we have one small heater underneath that is oscillating, except when Frazier turns off the oscillation.
This is what we have right here, just so you know. This is what we got right here. Drew, why don't you have this on high? That's what happens.
You've been in control of that.
I know. I'm going to control it a little more here for a little while, too.
That's what he's
Don't
been
mind
doing,
me.
folks.
Just sit here and make sure it stays hot.
3-2 on David Wright. Murphy at second base, Marlon Byrd on deck. 3-2 score, Mets in front in the fifth. Ball 4.
So one thing Jeff tries to avoid is getting deep into games with the least amount of pitches thrown. He's at 75 right now, 45 strikes. But a couple of these have been walks that have been intentional, unintentional type things.
Byrd a strikeout and a sac fly to center field. Why'd the backstop get moved up 8 feet? It was actually 6 feet from. You can see where you get a shot. We can show you where it used to be and got moved forward. And, more room for folks in the Coors Clubhouse.
And it's the second shortest, if you're interested. Wrigley Field's the shortest from home plate back, and this is 44 feet from home plate back to the wall.
Ball, 1 strike. Bird's best year came with Texas in 2009. Hit 20 home runs, drove in 89, 283 average. Was an all-star in 2010 with the Cubs. Finished that year 293 with 12 home runs, 66 RBIs. See where former Rocky Ian Stewart went out on a rehab assignment. He's not been able to stay healthy. Right field, and it's slicing foul.
Well, they're starting to try to clean things off over there at the rock pile and push things against the wall and get seats cleared off. Anticipation of good weather and good crowds this weekend.
Yeah, you know, actually throughout the first game.
Hey, there's Jimmy Hucks. What are you doing, Jimmy? Wave. I was just kidding. You're not supposed to wave.
It's a cold night for all our photogs. Shooting these elements. Here's the 1-2. And that's a wild pitch. And everybody moves up 90 feet. And again, the double play taken out of order. This has easily been the toughest game defensively that we've watched the Rockies play. And the good news is it's just a 1-run game.
It's the great news. But, that ball just pushed away from Torrealba a little bit too far.
2-2. Francis, the infield in, really is going to try to hunt the punch out here on Bird. He goes changeup. To right, and that's going to drop, and 2 runs are going to score.
Boy, David Wright had such a huge read. He was running right up with the back of Murphy. And the wild pitch cost you a couple of runs there. Bird picks up a couple more RBIs, 10 on the year now. One more look at this. Fastball away. Pretty good job with the pitch. I mean, Bird just does a nice job of hitting and dumping this thing into right field. But you watch Wright. Watch him out at second base. As soon as this ball's hit, he's running back. One's going to tag. The other one's coming into third. Smart baseball player.
Lucas Duda's 1 for 2. Carlos Gonzalez made a great running catch on him in deep right center field, or left center field, his last time up. And the breaking ball misses. And now the Mets are ahead 5-2. Have you seen 42? I have. If so, how did you like it, Rick? I thought it was a tremendous film. I went with the family last night. 2 of my boys have seen it twice now. And from everything I've read, because anytime you watch a movie that is based in fact, you want to know how much creative license Hollywood took. And from what I've read, most of the accounts are extremely accurate. One of the luxuries is Rachel Robinson is still with us. So she consulted
right.
the movie.
Fortunate enough to meet her at one of the Aflac games. They go out to the high school game every year in August, and she happened to be there and presented the Jackie Award to the top high school player.
Three O's in there, 3-1. This is where it's really tough playing defense on a night like this, because the Rockies been out in the field now for a while. Get a ball hit to you, you hope to be able to grip it in the infield.
Well, this inning's totally different if you're able to flip that double play early. But you didn't.
I mean, you see the 5 runs on the board, and Jeff's not out of the 5th inning, but it's a little misleading. There's nothing really been hit hard against him. Glenn Allen Hill is now the manager in Colorado Springs. Richie Dower, I believe, is working in the Baltimore organization. Guys who were on the staff last year. No?
No, he is in San Antonio working for San Diego as their AA manager. Just saw him in Tulsa last week.
Okay.
And Carney Langsford's not working.
Base coaches, Stu Cole was the manager the last couple of years down in Colorado Springs, and Renee Latchman was the hitting coach in Colorado Springs. He's now the first base coach. And that is ball 4. Another walk, 2 on. The Rockies get some action going in the bullpen. Jacob Turner coming up. 28-pitch inning for Francis.
Well, 88 so far in the ballgame too. Typically never that high. 52 strikes, 36 balls. But errors, the lack to turn double play, wild pitches, pass balls, those kind of things just extend pitch counts and extend innings for a while.
Two on, just one out. And Turner takes a strike.
Looks like Adam Ottavino's up throwing for the Rockies down in their bullpen. Edgin is still throwing in their bullpen.
And a base hit. Cargo had to sit back on it, and that's going to score another run. 6-2, New York. That's the first RBI of the year for Jacob Turner.
Well, Jeff trying to run the cutter inside and trying to get enough on the hands that you get the ball down in the zone. So nice job by Turner just opening the front side. The ball was elevated a little bit. He was able to drive it into left field. Cargo started to come in on it. Short hopped him. He had to back up. That allowed the run in.
Ruben Tejada's 1 for 2.
Cold weather, you can almost add about 10 to 12 pitches for your guy in the bullpen before he is fully ready. As you sit that whole time, even though you got heaters down there. Ottavino is warming up.
One and one on Ruben Tejada, who's from Panama. That's like a shortstop. They move quickly. Tejada's been up, George, for back and forth for a few years. He's just 23. He first hit the big leagues in 2010. 76 games and 78 games in 2010.
Is that the year Reyes was hurt?
And that's a base hit. Lucas Duda gets a green light. He's going to score. And it's 7-2. Let's buy some time here for Ottavino.
And again, let's look and see if it was the cutter. It was. It appeared to be a cutter. Coming in on the inner half, trying to get in on those hands and get the ball on the ground. Is a little bit elevated up in the strike zone. And Walt Weiss will go to the bullpen now with Ottavino warming up, and Jeff Francis with one out here in the fifth will lead the ball game.
So the Mets with 4 runs here in the 5th inning. They have a 7-2 lead when we come back.
Rockies 9-4. The Rockies have committed 3 errors in this ball game, and Jeff Francis will leave trailing 7-2. Adam Ottavino comes out of the Rockies bullpen to try to shut things down here. He's appeared in 4 ball games. 4 1/3. He's given up 4 hits. He's walked 4. The home run obviously hurt the ERA a little bit, but right now you're trying to get outs, and he's done a nice job of that with his first batter efficiency at 75%.
Catcher Anthony Recker will hit first against Adam Ottavino. Turner's at second, Tejada at first.
Ottavino's fastball on most given nights will be in the mid-90s. It last at 91.
I've noticed everybody's been a couple ticks down. I mean, Juan Nicasio,
34 degrees.
Yeah, it has to do with the cold weather.
Get an awful lot of these things. Dave Hutchins, the hitting coach, talking to his players about what to expect from Ottavino when he comes in the ballgame. Good fastball there. 90. Well, when you can run an Ottavino out there behind a Jeff Francis, who's basically 84 to 88 miles an hour, and all of a sudden he popping something from the right side at 90 to 94, you could get a strikeout until the adjustment is made. But you got to throw strikes. Ottavino walked 4 so far on the season. I wonder if Valdison must come out on the on-deck circle for Laffey. Yes, Laffey had reached his pitch limit.
And that's a walk. And now the bases are loaded for Jordany Valdespin. Rough inning for the Rockies. Infield hit for Cowgill. Murphy reached on a fielder's choice. Walk to right, base hit Bird, walk to Duda, base hit Turner, base hit Tejada, walk to Recker. Valdespin started game 1 in right field. Last year, Valdespin hit 5 pinch hit home runs. New Mets record.
Swinging, trying to accomplish it with that swing.
He took a home run cut, you're right.
So far, the Mets have had some opportunities with the bases loaded. They're 4 for 10. Valdespin 0 for 2.
Ground ball toward the hole. Diving stop. Rutledge didn't get him. 8-2. Now the infield hit. The bases remain loaded.
Well, you got an awful lot of speed coming on the left side there. Nice play by Rutledge to knock the ball down, get to his feet, but you got speed in Valdespin from the left side running up the line. Difficult play to get the out. 8-2 Mets.
Colin Cowgill up for the second time in the inning.
Tried to stretch this thing. You're going to see Pacheco get over there as he sees Rutledge be able to knock that ball down. Mets 5 for 7 with runners in scoring position.
It's a one-strike pitch, and it's outside. There was a question up a moment ago, do the coaches take batting practice? And every once in a while, Vinny or Dante, the players kind of urge them on, egg them on, and they'll get in and take a few swings, but they don't take formal batting practice. There's obviously no reason to. Though last week, Dante took a few swings, and his last one was one-handed with his top hand. There's legendary stories about him hitting balls out, and I've seen him do it one-handed. And in San Diego, he hit one a couple strides in front of the warning track. Took one swing, one-handed.
And because it's so unrealistic to today's players, somebody takes a swing one-handed and hits a ball 400 feet, that they egg you on. Come on, let me see you do this. You can't do that. Then they step up and hit it to the warning track, and then everybody just kind of shuts up and walks away.
This is popped up in the infield. Infield fly rule invoked. 2 outs.
Hey, by the way, happy birthday. I wasn't around for that.
Thank you.
You're out on the road. You turned to Mario 49 again.
It's the first year anniversary of it. He's trying to catch you. Don't want to.
I don't want you catching me.
No,
don't catch me.
No, I don't want to catch you. Remember, we had a little 50th celebration.
Yes,
a
we
few
did.
years back.
And that seemed
house.
like a long time ago, doesn't it?
It seems like a while ago.
I think you just moved into the house at your new house at that time.
Was it that long ago?
Yeah, it's been there very long.
You're creeping up on another one, aren't you?
Yeah, the 60s chasing me. And that's okay.
That's good.
I'd like to see the 90s.
Well, as you often said, you're on the right side of the grass.
That's right.
1-0 to Daniel Murphy, 2-0.
This Saturday, my daughter turns 21.
That's unbelievable to me.
And yeah, since she was 5 when I started here.
Yeah.
How about that one, huh? And Kay and I will be married 26 years. So.
Congratulations to Kay.
You ain't kidding. Pat her on the back every day. Had a baby.
3-0. With nowhere to put Daniel Murphy. David Wright's on deck. Fouled into the upper deck. I'm wondering if the guys in the truck can help us out. Tavis, how many minutes, elapsed minutes, with the pitching change and everything, have the Rockies been on defense? Talk all you want, George, about hand warmers right now.
They're dead.
9 guys
You're
that
looking
are really
for new
cold.
ones. You're
32 minutes on defense.
You're looking for new ones.
Look at it. Walt Weiss told me an amazing story today. I said, what's the coldest you ever been? And he said that in '94, when his first game, he said he couldn't feel his fingers. He actually went out in short sleeves. Here's another 3-2. And this is fouled up. He went out in short sleeves, Georgie. He wasn't just familiar with Colorado. He's very new there. Right. 65 degrees at Old Mile High Stadium, and the lockers were the clubhouse was far away.
Line.
And he said all of a sudden around the 4th inning, the weather changed. And it got significantly colder and the wind started blowing. He said, I'm freezing out there on defense. He goes, now I can't feel my fingers. He said, literally, if a ball got hit to me, he said, I would have had zero chance of throwing to first base? He said, none. I couldn't feel my hand. There's no way I could have. My arm wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, you see
and he said, by the grace of God, nobody hit the ball didn't come to be the final 4 innings. He said it was painful. That's how cold I was, how much the fingers hurt.
You see all these guys now. I mean, they got their hands stuck in pockets. They got them underneath their armpits. They're trying to do anything they can to keep their hand warm while they're out in the field for 34 minutes.
And finally, Ottavino able to strike out Murphy. A rough inning for the Rockies, almost 35 minutes on defense. 5 runs come across for the Mets. They lead 8-2. We're in the 5th. For the 5th inning, thanks for texting in your questions to Toyota Talk. Tracy Ringlesby standing by to answer a bonus Toyota Talk question before the end of the game. Visit the Root Sports Facebook page at facebook.com/RootSportsRM. Josh Edgin's the new pitcher for the Mets. Edgin making his 7th appearance of the year. He leads the Mets in number of appearances out of the bullpen. So far, so good.
Yeah, he's done a really nice job, too, trying to get his first win, and it's been a while. First win since July 30th, 2012. He'll be scheduled to get that if he can hold on to this 8-2 lead and figure it out as he comes on to pitch the bottom of the 5th inning for the Mets.
So Laffey goes 4 innings and allows a couple of runs on 4 hits. He walked 3 and struck out 3. Ewald lead it off. Top of the order for the Rockies. Trying to find a way back in this ball game.
Edgin warmed up in the first ball game. He's been warming up for a couple of innings in this ball game, so he should be good and loose and ready to go.
He's quickly ahead, 0-2.
Well, the first 5,000 fans this Saturday are going to receive a 20th anniversary opening day commemorative photo. That's right, Diamondbacks are in town, so make sure you get a hold of the Rockies, 303 Rockies, for tickets to this ball game. Remember, the first 20,000, first 5,000. Giving away a lot of pictures there, aren't you? First 5,000 are going to get a picture.
1-2 on EY. Josh Rutledge on deck, and this is hit to short. One out. Let's answer the AT&T trivia question we asked a while back. Who are the starting pitchers in the first ever Rockies game? It came at Shea Stadium. Doc Gooden for the Mets, David Need for the Rockies. Need to this day, youngest starting pitcher ever for the Rockies. Second on that list is Jason Jennings. Third is Jolie Chassin. This is a big chopper, and Wright doesn't have a play. Even if he comes up with that, Rutledge is going to beat it. Infield hit for Rutledge.
Well, he's struggling a little bit. Rutledge was struggling. 191 average coming in. Now a couple of hits and a walk. Yeah, I don't know how you're going to even clean that. So that you can field that as clean as you want. You're still not going to have a shot at Rutledge.
Jacob Turner, man, I'm watching. We had a lot of shots of him. He's like my man, the mayor. Remember, he talks to everybody, got a smile on his face. The mayor, George.
Yes. Hernandez is like that all the time too.
Yeah, Sean Casey, though, I mean, he
never shut up.
He talked to you when you left first and you're on second. Still talking to you. Good guy. 1-0 on Cargo. Sac fly and a base hit tonight. Cargo had a triple and a home run in game one. The Rockies won game one 8-4. They've won 4 straight. To a 9-4 start. Here's Taco, Keith Hernandez. Gary Cohen next to him. I was kidding those guys earlier. I said, hey, let's play 2. And Keith looked at me and said, Ernie Banks wouldn't even said, let's play 2 today. Doug, you have a recent temperature?
Cold.
I think it's dipped into the 20s. 1-2 on Cargo. See, the reason I asked Doug for that, he loves looking up weather facts.
That's just what you think. He tells me he can just look outside and see it. There, Doug. See, that's not Doug. This is Doug, because Drew's got a beanie on. I know it's hard to tell them. Doug's on with the one beanie cap, the Olympic one he stole somewhere.
He worked that Olympic. Oh, you just worked? Or you just went as a, which one? Oh, that's Vancouver. The Francises could have put you up.
No, they couldn't.
And Cargo with a base hit off the end of the bat. Rutledge heading to third and Cargo heading to second. That's going to be a double. You know what that means, George? He's got the twin bill cycle.
Correct, he does. It also means Kadire's coming to the plate with 1 out, second, third, and a base hit, and all of a sudden you got an 8-4 ball game real quick.
And here come the Rockies again.
That's right. Here comes a little bit of the offense again. Spinning that breaking ball, and Gonzalez hits it off the end of the bat with the shift on. You see how far off of the third base bag that Wright is. It just hits off his glove, goes into the outfield, and everybody advances. Tejada and Wright both saying throw the ball into second. Too late. Cargo was already there.
Dougie did exhaustive research, George. He came up with 34 degrees again. I'm not buying it.
I'm not either.
Here's Kadire.
Just because of that, Drew, I'll look it up.
I'm so proud of you, by the way, this year.
Why?
Because you went out and got yourself.
No, actually, I stole
iPad.
this. I stole this.
You did?
It was my daughter's.
Took it from Georgia?
And I said, you know, you're not using it, are you? And she said, not right now. And I said, okay, I'll take it with me.
She meant like the next 20 minutes.
Right.
Then you
Right.
escaped to Denver with it. 1-1.
Right now, it is 33.6 degrees. I just want to throw that out there on weather.com. But it feels like, what do you think it feels like?
It feels like Anchorage.
24.
At least.
See,
1-1.
Doug didn't give you that part.
No, he did. Dyer again kicks a foot out of the way. 2-1. Troy Hawkins worked in game 1, and he may be working in game 2. 1 out. Great wheels on base. Rutledge at third. Cargo at second. This bounces up there. 3-1. We said at the top of the afternoon, George, that it would be hardest this weather on the guys in the field, getting a grip on the baseball, and I think we've seen that from a pitching standpoint.
It has been. I mean, it's just how do you keep the hand warm? You can blow in it all you want to, but then you still got to grip the baseball. It's been in an umpire's pouch since cold. We're over in a ball bag that's been cold. Just difficult deal, but you know what? Both sides are playing on it.
And Kadire draws a walk, and now they're loaded up for Pacheco. And Dan Worthen will jog out to the mound. Hey, listen, Terry Collins has been around a long time. And he knows, yeah, 8-2 is a nice lead, but in the 5th inning, it is far from safe, especially with the lineup the Rockies present.
Well, I mean, he's out here now saying, you go out and talk to him, you tell him, let's throw some strikes, get after some people. I understand some balls weren't hit hard, but I'm not going to sit around here and watch you walk people and do the things you did. A couple of infield singles, I get that, but let's get after it and battle them out, and let's get out of this inning.
One out. Rutledge had an infield hit. He is at third. Cargo cued a double down the left field line. He is at second, and Michael Kadire just walked. Pacheco a strikeout and a line shot to pretty deep center field. Last year 5th in the National League in hitting at .309. And he takes ball 1. And it's 2-0. Ball 3. Edgett can't find the plate. Pacheco will be taking. Nelson's on deck.
This guy gets on base. I mean, it's Troy Hawkins' turn to come in and try to stop the merry-go-round with Nelson, Torrealba, both right-handed.
Cowgill shaded toward right center field. Here's the 3-1. Outside and high ball 4. That'll force in a run. It is 8-3. And Terry Collins, I don't think that pitch was halfway to the plate, and he was already walking out to take the baseball from Edgin. You could see it out of his hand. It wasn't going to be close. So the Rockies trying to fight back here. 8-3. Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Honey Smoked Fish Company. Secrets in the fire. It's a ready-to-eat superfood. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. And by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. Here's the situation. The Rockies started the inning down 8-2. They just scored a run on a bases-loaded walk to Jordan Pacheco, his first ribby of the year. 1 out. The Mets have made a pitching change. They call on LaTroy Hawkins, who threw a third of an inning in Game 1. And he will face Chris Nelson, who is grounded to short and struck out. Nelson, a good fastball hitter. Strike 1 at 89 miles an hour. That's what he was working at in the first game. I thought it's going to change in the second game. Houston, Latroy, 91-96.
Well, early in his career as a young player, he was more 94, 97. He could get after it. He'd set 95. Nelson, last year, 3 for 7 with the bases loaded. Loved this opportunity.
Troy celebrated his 40th birthday back in December. Native of Gary, Indiana. Makes his home now down in Texas and has for a long period of time. Dialed up 92 there. Cargo's at third. He doubled. Kadire walked. He's at second. Pacheco at first. He also walked. And this is softly hit to right center field. Cargo's going to come down the line. The throw is offline, and it's 8-4 on the sac fly by Nelly. Good job with 2 strikes, George, of getting the ball in play, and something good happened.
Absolutely it is. Nelly picks up 3rd RBI on the season on a ball up and away from him. You just keep battling at it, keep going after him. Now, they've created a lot of their own problems tonight with 5 walks in the ball game.
And now Torrealba at the plate. Yorvit 0 for 1 and a walk.
Opposition is hitting just .226 against Troy Hawkins at Coors Field in 44 career ball games. He's got an earned run average of 2.84. It'll go down if he's able to get Torrealba.
This ball's well hit left center field, and it was misjudged by Duda, and it's over his head. Kadir will score easily. Pacheco gets a green light. He'll score. Double, and it's an 8-6 game. Yorvit Torrealba, a 2-out, 2-run double, and the Rockies are right back in this thing.
All that Terry Collins could do is probably shake his head, because in left field it looked like a ball that was going to be caught and should have been caught. Out of the hand and hit out into left field. I'll tell you, he really loaded on that back leg, got the foot down early, the swing started, and then when it was hit well, it just had carry to it that Duda had not seen so far in this game, and it goes over his head into left field.
Well, Duda's a first baseman playing in left field to get his bat in there. And he looked like a first baseman on that route to the baseball. Reed Brignac takes ball 1, and actually that's Baxter out there. We apologize to Duda. They made a change. We didn't pick up on it, so it was Baxter. And that's not a surprise, George. They tried to put a better defender out there because Duda's in the lineup to swing the bat and is a first baseman, but they're playing Ike Davis there or Jacob Turner. Baxter took that poor route. 1-0 on Brignac. 1-1.
Not only did it sneak by us, it also snuck by the Rockies in their scoreboard.
Yeah, they still have Duda out there.
So we apologize to Duda for talking about his defensive ability in left field, and also hits, 3 errors, and 14 runs. You're in the 5th. Didn't anticipate that type of ball game.
1-2 on Reed Brignac. Carries some pop in his bat. Off the bat, it looked like George Torrealba hit that ball well, and he did.
Did it well, but Baxter came in and it kind of ran a little bit of an angle route out to try to get to the baseball. If he had broke straight back on the angle, probably had a better chance to catch it. Didn't do it, and the Rockies benefited from that. Miscues defensively tonight have been the key for both of these ball clubs to be able to put a total of 14 runs on the board.
A little precipitation in the area.
Yeah, it's been going on for a little bit, but the last inning kind of missed here at the ballpark right now. They said it would start between 9 and 10. It's starting.
One, two, and he went around. But the Rockies get themselves right back in it. After the Mets scored 5 in the top of the 5th, the Rockies come back with a 4 spot in the bottom of the 5th. Torrealba, a 2-run double. And it's 8-6 New York as we move to inning number 6.
Was 2-0 with an 0.98 earned run average in 4 games.
I just love the graphics, don't you?
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of neat. Got the Rocky Mountains on it. Butch Henry making the first appearance for a Rocky out of the bullpen. David Wright will lead things off for the Mets here in the top of the 6th inning. Adam Ottavino on the hill. Marlon Byrd and Baxter to follow. Strike one on the slider to David Wright. Wright grounded into a 5-4-3 double play. Walked in the 3rd. He walked again last inning and would come around to score. A couple home runs in the first game. 0-2 on Wright. Big numbers at Coors Field for David Wright. 30 ball games here. He's hit 10 home runs. Torrey Alba off the outside corner. He didn't get him to bite on a slider. It's 1-2. Some scores around baseball. Rangers beat the Cubs at Wrigley 4-2. Beltre hit his second. Yankees beat the Diamondbacks at the Bronx 4-2. Wow, that just missed. How do you not swing at that?
Well, that's the key. How do you not swing at it? I mean, it's off the plate, but it was really late leaving the plate. That's what really very good pitch by Ottavino. Because he watched fastball, and now all of a sudden it's going to start to disappear. And great hitters like Wright have very good eyesight, so obviously saw the rotation. Stayed off of it.
Cano hit his 4th in that game for the Yankees. Mariano Rivera wearing number 42 with his 3rd save.
The only player allowed to wear 42 still in baseball.
George, the Braves did it again. 6-3 over the Royals at Turner Field. They're 12-1. They hit 5 home runs. They've won 10 in a row. Outside on the heater. And guess who hit another home run?
One of the Uptons.
Well, the one who's hitting all of them, Justin Upton. BJ's been scuffling. Ugla hit one also. Jason Hayward. Francisco hit a couple. 3-2 on Wright. Slider, and it's popped up, playable in foul ground. And Pacheco makes the catch. Well, Dwayne Kuiper's been doing Giants baseball for a number of years, but he did Rockies baseball as an analyst in year one. And we asked him recently about his memories of 1993.
Obviously, it was great anticipation for the entire state, the entire region. What I remember about that day was Charlie Jones, who was my partner at that time, said that it was such a special day we had to take a limo to Shea Stadium. And I was, well, all right, dude, Charlie's paying, you know. He invited one of the TV and radio reporters from one of the New York papers to ride with us. So there we were in a limo headed to Shea Stadium.
That's how Frazier goes to every game. I'm trying to figure out what was peculiar about that, because George, you're very kind to give me a ride.
The only difference is you aren't driving it. You're always driving mine.
Exactly.
It usually comes from Hertz.
Yeah. 1-2 on Marlon Byrd. Swung on and missed. Ottavino with a riding 92-mile-an-hour fastball strikes out Byrd, out number 2 in the 6th inning.
Well, two things work right here for you for the Rockies. You've got Ottavino throwing the ball really, really well, and he gets the strikeout after his club just put a 4 spot on the board to get right back in it. You want that offense in as fast as you can.
Mike Baxter at the plate, first at bat for Baxter, and it softly hit up the middle. On the move, Rutledge throws him out. Nice play by Josh Rutledge. Good inning, Adam Ottavino, and the Rockies accomplished exactly what you were talking about. They'll get back on offense very quickly, down by 2.
Baseball. The Rockies are down by 2, trying to rally right now. Well, it is the 20th anniversary of the Colorado Rockies franchise, but we thought we'd take you around the rest of the West and see when all the other teams in the NL West started their franchises. The Rockies, they're not the youngest franchise, believe it or not. The Arizona Diamondbacks, they're celebrating their 15th anniversary this year. And the oldest franchise goes to the San Francisco Giants. They started back in 1883. They're 130 years old this year. The Dodgers, they were born in 1884, just a year later, and the Padres came in the late 60s. So it's a little quiz time here now for Drew and George. The Giants, what was their original name in 1883?
In 1883?
They were the New York.
Yeah, they were the New York Surfers, I believe.
Gothams. Very close. You know, I could have hinted you with a little Batman. But while we're speaking of 1993, since you guys already threw me under the bus, I thought we might take a look at what Drew Goodman looked like 20 years ago.
Oh, he's got hair.
Oh,
I haven't aged a bit,
that's
have
a
I?
great photo. You haven't, really. It was very telling that that was you just 20 years ago.
That was. Where'd you guys pick that one out of?
Really, Drew? Where'd you pick that one out of?
That was. You know, the funny thing is, Jay Alvis. They turn into pictures every year for your major league pass. Dexter pinch hitting. This is fouled off against Scott Atchison.
You've been stopped because they thought you were impersonating somebody.
It's 1 and 2 on deck.
Are you trying to say you're still using?
No.
He's still using the
It was
88
a running
picture.
joke. It was running joke between me and Jay, because every year he would use his picture. That literally, I think it was even earlier than that one. It was like 91, and or 92.
I think it was 88.
2 and 2, and I said, Jay, you know, I'm going to be calling you when they stop me going into one of these stadiums one day and say the picture doesn't match the guy.
I could tell it's you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very kind of you, Jenny. Stay warm.
Just sucking up, you know.
Outside, 3 and 2. Rockies down a couple of runs.
Dexter Fowler showing a first appearance in this cold series, but obviously can't feel anything in his feet right now, like a lot of people in the stadium. Yeah, well, Atchison, the right-hander, is going to come in this ball game, trying to keep things in the right path in the bottom of the 6th inning. He's been in 5 ball games so far and pitched very well.
This is pulled foul.
Come on, Bo, you got to catch that.
Hey, Jenny.
Hey, yeah.
It's sometimes hard, in all seriousness, we're looking at it. Is it like lightly snowing? What is it doing?
Yeah, it's a light snow. Remember Sunday in San Diego, we got a little bit of a mist? It almost has that feel to it, but with a little more snow element. So I don't think it's affecting vision at this point in time, but it's definitely, there's some moisture in the air.
If you would have said light snow in San Diego, I didn't know where she was headed with that.
Yeah, I don't remember it snowing in San Diego.
It has before.
Not in my travels out there, it hasn't. 1 out, Eric Young.
Oh my gosh.
EY 1 for 3, singled back in the 1st inning. That is a fair ball. We're just getting word now that Lucas Duda was removed from the game with lower back tightness. That's why Baxter came in. Kind of did it in a clandestine manner. Nobody knew he was in the game. Snow swirling a little bit. 2 outs. Josh Rutledge will come up. Rutledge 2 for 2 and a walk. Scored a couple of runs. There's Baxter out in left field.
Follow the Rockies on your phone or iPad with MLB.com at Bat13, featuring pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and a whole lot more. Go to Rockies.com and find out more information on how to apply that.
Works a 1-2-3 6th inning. So we move to the 7th. The Mets leading 8-6. Highlights brought to you by the McDonald's new Premium McWrap. I'm loving it. Fifth inning was a rough inning for the Rockies. The Mets were able to score 5 runs. Here's a single off the bat of Marlon Byrd that brought in a couple of runs. And then this ball is ripped to left. That would score a run. And Ruben Tejada with a base hit to center field. The Rockies, though, would come back with 4 in the bottom half of the inning, highlighted by this double just over the head of Mike Baxter off the bat of Yorvi Torrealba. So the Rockies were down 8-2. They're very much back in it at 8-6. In the top of the 7th inning, the familiar face of Matt Belisle, Jacob Turner, Ruben Tejada, and Anthony Recker. First pitch is fouled off. Appearance for Belisle. More scores from around baseball in the National League in the top of the 6th inning. The Brewers at Miller Park leading the Giants 9-6. Strikes out Jacob Turner. Ruben Tejada coming up.
Belisle with his aggressive style that he likes to use in the game. Coming right at the hitters.
I said Jacob Turner. Justin Turner.
Jacob Turner's a right-handed starting pitcher for the Detroit Tigers, who they tried to trade all spring.
Well, every time you see Todd Frazier with the Cincinnati Reds, I want to call him George.
Do you?
Yeah. He's a lot better hitter than you are.
Oh, yeah.
Tejada's 2 for 3.
Nice play, Pacheco.
Pacheco, good feed. Good lead to Belisle, 2 outs.
Well, kids at home, I mean, just a quick reminder, anytime the ball's hit to the right side, you move, you go. And if Belisle doesn't break immediately off the mound when that ball's hit to Pacheco, he probably doesn't record the out because Pacheco's gets turned around. I mean, this ball, he has to go out, get it, get to the knee, get back up, and make a long toss to Belisle, who got there in a hurry. Nice play both ways. You know, Belisle broke very early. Got in a great position.
Anthony Recker, the catcher for the Mets. 0 for 1, a couple of walks, one was intentional. And that's strike 1. Top of the 9th inning, the Phillies and Reds are scoreless. And a high fly ball to left field. Fargo makes the catch. 1, 2, 3, 7 for Matt Belisle. 8-6 New York.
Make your day.
A newspaper with sections, but not tons of them. Just a few big league sections like sports.
Well, we've got news to share. The new Rocky Mountain News. Now with colorful big league lift-out sections every day. And still in the easy-to-read format you like best.
I hope the Rockies can fill the sections at Mile High Stadium as well as the news is filling their news sections.
We've got more news to share. Call 892 News for details on our money-back guarantee.
Our flashback ball game, a spot for the old Rocky Mountain News with Don Baylor 20 years ago. 8-6, the Mets leading the Rockies tonight with George Frazier and Jenny Cavnar. I'm Drew Goodman. Scott Atchison continuing on. Here's Cargo. And he takes low ball one. 7th inning. Rockies have 9 outs to work with offensively. Deficient on the scoreboard by just a pair of runs. They came from behind to win game 1, 8-4. Now the Mets, after the first pitch, will put the shift on, and it's 2-0. It's like they forgot or directed their to start the inning. This is popped up, playable for David Wright. Atchison gets Cargo, and that'll bring up Kadire. Are you the ultimate Rockies fan in New Mexico? Show us why you're the ultimate fan by taking a picture through Instagram or Twitter and tagging it with a RootFanNM hashtag. For official rules, visit facebook.com/RootSportsRM.
By the way, things are much better in Reno, where Colorado Springs is taking on the Reno Aces tonight. They're losing in the ball game 5-0. But it's 38 degrees and 7 miles an hour wind going out the left. Arenado's 1 for 2. Friedrich went 2 1/3, gave up 4 runs, 2 earned.
Arenado's hitting well over 400 still.
Arenado going in right now in the ball game after being 1 for 2, 462. Tyler Colvin with a base hit is at 297.
This is deep in the hole, and it'll be a base hit for Kadire. So now the tying run will come up in Pacheco. That's the second hit of the ball game for Kadire. Seventh hit for the Rockies in the game. The Mets have 10. Aaron Laffey went 4 innings for the Mets. Jeff Francis 4 1/3. Jeff gave up 8 runs, 7 earned, 8 hits, walked 4, struck out 4. One of the walks was an intentional walk.
By the way, Corey Dickerson 359, Charlie Blackmon 342. So a lot of guys off to a good start.
Some guys throwing the ball well down there out of the pen in particular. I know Josh Outman's throwing the ball well, George.
He's throwing the ball well. Got roughed up a little bit in Vegas the other day, but who doesn't? I mean, that not a great ballpark to pitch in. But he has been outstanding down there.
Also looks like Tyler Chatwood's made
Chatwood has
strides.
pitched well. Yeah, Tyler had a really good start the other day in Vegas with 7 innings. Gave up 2 runs. The Drillers, after starting the year 1-5, have won 5 straight now. They won again tonight 9-3. Parker with a home run again. Joey Wong with a home run, and Wrigley with a home run.
This is a rocket up the middle, a base hit for Pacheco. Kadire stops at second. And with 1 out, the Rockies have the tying run at first base. Chris Nelson coming up.
Well, let's take a look at this on Mike Shaw, Subaru Super Mo, on the pitch out of the hand of Atchison and the home plate with Jordan Pacheco. Trying to run that sinker, get the ball down on the ground. Pacheco, nice job getting way out in front on that baseball. And just hitting a rocket right back up the middle, out of the reach of everybody. Chris Nelson 0 for 3 on the night. Torrealba, who had the big base hit to drive in 2 back in the 5th inning, is in the on-deck circle.
And this is chopped slowly up the middle. Tejada on the move, gets Nelson at first. And the runners move up. And Torrealba, who drove in two innings ago, a chance with a base hit to tie up the ball game. Torrealba, who almost became a Met. Remember, George, way
yes,
back?
He did. Yes, he did.
A career .310 average against the Mets. In-game box for the Rockies. 6 hits between Rutledge, Cargo, and Kadire. Revit with glove to produce a knock right here to right field down the line, and it's going to be in the seats foul. Brother Rex in the bullpen.
Yeah, not surprising as they work their way down this lineup. You got to be prepared, even with 2 outs, but you get a pretty good rally going here. You got to be prepared to have your bullpen ready to go.
Oh. 37-year-old longtime vet Scott Atchison. It's the outside corner. It's 1-2. Brignac. Torrealba can reach. Three and two.
New York's been really good tonight, 5 for 7 with runners in scoring position. The Rockies have struggled 1-7, changing it here.
Atchison last year in the Red Sox organization, really the last few years in the Red Sox organization, was up and down. He pitched a couple of years in Japan, 08 and 09. Got 22 games with the Giants in 07. Prior to that, he was in the Mariners organization. 3 and 2 again. High ball 4. Torrealba's walk loads the bases for Brignac, who is 4 for 5 this year with runners in scoring position.
Now Brignac's getting called back to the dugout right now. Tulowitzki will come out and hit for him.
Big crowd, obviously, with the weather conditions, but they're already excited because they see number 2 in the on-deck circle.
Tulowitzki's going to get an opportunity here. Difficult, obviously sitting around. That man's very excited with Tulowitzki coming up, dancing in the streets.
Pretty good bench in this second game of the doubleheader, George. You have Helt, Tulowitzki, Fowler, who's already been used, Rosario. And also Johnny Herrera on the Rockies bench, but a lot of big guns. Helton's come out in the on-deck circle. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Tulo chant going. Troy in the first game 0 for 4. It was hit by a pitch. Rockies down 8-6. Cuddyer, Pacheco, and Torrealba all aboard. And that's in there. It's 0-2. There's Todd.
You take your shot to win it. It's now.
And Atchison on 3 pitches able to get Tulowitzki. The Rockies leave the bases loaded. 8-6. We'll go to the 8th. Eight-6. The Rockies had an opportunity there. Bases loaded with 2 outs. Atchison able to strike out Troy Tulowitzki. Auto glass damage. Call Safelite Auto Glass, America's vehicle glass experts. 303-287-5000. Online at safelite.com. Johnny Herrera comes in to play shortstop. Brignac pinch hit for him.
And Belisle stays on the hill to throw after a 1-2-3 inning in the 7th inning with a strikeout. Matt very aggressive in that last inning. Will face Ike Davis, the pinch hitter, here in the top of the 8th inning.
Broken bat floater. Johnny's not going to be able to get there. It's a base hit for Davis.
Now, so far, the bullpen with Ottavino, he gave up a base hit, then he got a ground out and strikeout. Belisle in the 7th, or excuse me, in the 6th inning, Ottavino cleaned that inning up 1-2-3 with a strikeout. Belisle in the 8th, or in the 7th, strikeout, ground out, fly out. And now here a broken bat single to left. The bullpen for the Rockies maintaining the game right where you like it when they cut the lead to 2.
Colin Cowgill.
Purple Monday's coming up. It's April 22nd, where Purple win prizes, including fan experiences, and the first 10,000 will receive a Rockies Purple t-shirt. April 22nd for Purple Monday. 303 Rockies to get your tickets, or Rockies.com. /20. That's right. Excuse me, Rockies.com/20.
With 2-1.
Yeah, looking at Belisle, we talked a lot about fastballs tonight. I think the throw with the gun might be froze up a little bit. Belisle 85, 87 right now. Obviously, we've seen 94, 95 from Belisle, typically 89, 92. Belisle right out of the hand. Here's some heat coming right at you. Threw the ball just nicked. And umpire's saying, well, I'm cold, but I'm awake. Torrey Alba giving him a couple of seconds here. He's one of those umpires using the old school mask with a lot of padding.
Belisle fans Colin Cowgill. First out in the 8th inning. That'll bring up Daniel Murphy.
I'm telling you, for Matt Belisle here, a little cut at the end of this fastball. Came right out of that hand. And right there at the end. See that late move on the fastball. Threw it right by him.
Murphy fouls it off. 1 strike count on Daniel Murphy. Padres got 4 in the first in Los Angeles. A rematch. The very festive series from a few days ago.
Who did you say you got 4 in the first?
The Padres did.
Yeah, well, it's showing 6-1 on our board now in the 5th. Started for the Dodgers in that game.
Sitting there 1-2.
I'll tell you, Belisle just pounding the zone.
Capuano's first start. He lasted just 2 innings, gave up 5 runs. Davis at first base, 1-2 on Murphy, and is it hit hard enough to turn 2? It's perfect. Johnny Herrera does it himself, 6-3 on the double play. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Rockies right there need a little rally, down 8-6. Rockies trailing 8-6. Todd Helton is going to pinch hit to lead things off in the 8th inning. Then Eric Young, Josh Rutledge. What's next is brought to you by CenturyLink. Tomorrow, weather permitting, John Garland will make his 3rd start in a Rockies uniform against Jeremy Hefner. We're on the air with our pregame show at 6 o'clock right here on Root Sports. A couple changes for the Mets to tell you about. Ike Davis stays in the ballgame at first base. Justin Turner's now at second base, and Brandon Lyon is on the hill. Lyon pitched in the first game. Todd slices this one foul. Outside, 2-1. The official scores made a change. Back in the 3rd inning, the Rockies committed a couple of errors. Originally, they had both runs in that inning earned. Now it's a 1-1, and that's a yanked foul. So 2 of the first 3 runs against Francis are unearned, and it affects his final line. He gives up, it's not pretty still, he gives up 8 runs, 6 earned in 4 1/3. Two balls, 2 strikes on Helton against Brandon Lyon. Three and 2. The Rockies, George, don't have the luxury here, if Todd reaches, of pinch running for Todd.
Yeah, thinking about pitching wise, nobody really there that you can do it with a pitcher.
I mean, a couple years ago, the Rockies had Espo Rogers.
But Aaron Cook did a lot of that too when he was here, but he's not. I mean, he's in AAA. He's not doing it.
This is down the line, and it is foul.
Yeah, Todd's going to have to run for himself more than likely.
Well, the only position player left is Rosario.
Right, not going to do that with him.
Down the left field line at a play. Trains arriving, George.
Yes, it is. Something about a train whistle, you like it. Let's get a little heavier snowfall, isn't it?
Just snowed at the booth, a couple of flakes. Another 3-2. To left field, pretty deep, but playable for Baxter. That'll bring up EY. Who Wants Tacos fans, if you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies score 7 or more runs for the Rockies Taco Special, text the keyword taco to 720-720. And when the Rockies do score 7, as they did in Game 1, Taco Bell and Root Sports will donate $250 to the Colorado I Have a Dream Foundation. Make sure you go to Taco Bell in the area tomorrow. has 4 hits in the doubleheader, starting both games in center field. Dexter Fowler appeared as a pinch hitter a couple of innings ago.
Young's average now up to 258.
Has a sore foot. He fouled the ball off his foot in San Diego. Nothing serious. In fact, wouldn't be surprised if you see Dexter back out there tomorrow. Two-strike count on Junior. 8th inning. Rockies down 8-6. Atchison did a good job of working out of that jam last inning. And if you look back at who's done what for the Mets, Atchison probably, if the Mets were to prevail, would get the win. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that, but he was the most effective pitcher out of the bullpen. Hawkins did a good job 2/3 of an inning. Laffey, the starter, not eligible for the victory. He went just 4 innings. Gave up a couple runs on 4 hits. And Junior battling away.
Record caught that on the side of the jaw as it bounced into the dirt. Lyon made some mistakes in his first outing here tonight and got some balls up on a breaking ball. Really overemphasized on that one to keep it in the dirt. So really jump way up on top of that. And stuck right under the neck there, under the jawbone of Record.
Barely. Wow. By a smidgen, Tejada gets EY at first.
It is a smidgen too. EY busted it up the line as you usually don't expect to see from him. There's one hop and EY just head down. It's a sprint to the finish. And out by about a half a step. One more to look at it here. Ball caught, foot still not on the bag.
2 outs, Josh Rutledge. And this is going to turn into a hit. That had crazy English on it. And once Lyon couldn't come up with it, it was an infield hit for Rutledge. His second infield hit of the ball game.
There was some crazy English, as you said, Drew. I mean, this ball comes out. Lyons thought he had it. It hit his glove and then hopped by. Personally, I think an error more than a hit. That's going to be it for Lyon. He's out.
Scott Rice, the left-hander, when we come back. Presenting the tying run with 2 outs in the 8th inning to face Scott Rice. Stay connected this season by following Root Sports on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We want to hear from you as the Rockies have embarked on the 2013 season. Get online and tell us your favorite part of the season thus far. Cargo, a single and a stolen base in the first. Excuse me, a sac fly. I'm looking at the wrong guy. Sac fly in the first, a single in the third, a double in the 5th. He popped out his last time up. 2 outs, Rutledge at first. Rockies down by 2. And Cargo pokes a single the other way. And Rutledge is going to dig for third. He's first at third with 2 outs, and that'll bring up Cuddyer.
And he'll go to the bullpen after Rice faces one batter and gives up the base hit. I mean, it's just a nice job of hitting here. That's a slider well out of the zone, out on his front foot. Kept the hands back, though, and was able to control the ball into the outfield and left field for a base hit.
Well, basically, Terry Collins he's going to ask his closer to get 4 outs. Here comes hard-throwing Bobby Parnell. In an 8-6 ball game, 2 outs in the 8th. The Rockies were down 8-2. They've had opportunities to get even. They have one here. Hard throwing, and I mean hard throwing, Bobby Parnell on the hill to face Michael Cuddyer. First time these two have ever matched up. Earlier this year, Parnell touched 102.
Well, you see what happens in this ball game. Everybody's velocity's been way down because of the cold tonight. Parnell used to be a multi-inning guy. That fastball at 92. A multi-inning reliever out of the bullpen. And I know Drew said ask the closer to get an out here in the 8th. It's such a rarity in baseball now. But, you know, not too long ago, it was 2- and 3-inning saves for guys.
Cuddyer 2 for 3 and a walk. Cargo takes off, and he swipes second base. And now a base hit, in all likelihood, would tie up the game. The outfield, which was playing no doubles, will move in about 2-3 steps, trying to have a play on the base hit on Cargo.
Like a lot of closers, you don't pay a lot of attention to your base runners. You're more focused on what's happening at home plate. So that's why Cargo was able to take advantage of this. With the runner at second, they want to make sure they've got everything set up right.
Third stolen base for Gonzalez. Rockies in the 7th inning had the bases loaded. Reed Brignac was due up. Walt Weiss had Tulowitzki pinch hit. Atchison was able to strike him out. And now 2 on for Cuddyer. Way out. And Michael gets out of the way. With a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, 2-1.
Trying not to let Cuddyer extend his arms, but this one was a little too close for comfort. Plain and simple. Fastball really got away from Parnell. By no means is he trying to do that. Cuddyer able just to get the head out of the way. Barely.
And then he comes back with a slider. Curveball, and it's 2-2. Big chopper up the middle. Tejada's got it. And a high throw. 2 runs will score. And the Rockies have tied it up. Ruben Tejada, who has really struggled defensively this year with his 6th error in the Mets' 13th game. And this one is really costly.
Yeah, you do your job.
Routine play. And now the Rockies have tied him up.
You do your job as a pitcher to get a ball on the ground. And because Cuddyer's hustling out of the box to try to beat this high chopper out, he just rushes to throw and flips it underhanded, and it just sails over the head of Ike Davis and almost into the seats. You get a good look here. I mean, misses by 15, 20 feet at first base. Both runs scored, tie ball game, and don't be surprised if Cuddyer with 2 outs doesn't try to steal a base.
I was thinking the same thing, and so's Bobby Parnell. Michael stolen base earlier. Not that he's a speed demon, but he's a good situational base stealer. He gets good reads, typically gets good jumps. Get back to what we said earlier, George. It's hard to throw when you're standing out there playing defense and trying to keep the hands warm.
Well, remember, this is the 3rd pitcher in this inning. So you've had 3 pitching changes. You've had all the moves. You've stood out there the whole time. It's not that your pitching staff was failing. They just tried to work it as much as they could to get it right.
One and one. So the Rockies have come all the way back, and it's 8-8 here in the 8th inning. 8 runs, 11 hits, and 2 errors for the Mets. 8 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors for the Rockies. Betancourt has joined brothers naturally.
Now Betancourt have now pitched the 9th inning. When you're at home, you want to ensure the fact you try to keep it tied, and hitting the 9th is a tie game.
Pacheco pulls it through the hole, and it redirects off a glove. I thought for a moment Cuddyer would try to get to 3rd, but he's in scoring position with 2 outs. No reason to risk it. And now the go-ahead run is out there for Chris Nelson.
Yeah, Nelly's had some tough at-bats tonight, too. 0 for 4. Now he's got a chance to win a ball game. Pacheco, after a couple of rough at-bats, he walked. Now a couple of hits back-to-back for Pacheco. 2 singles. This ball ricochets off of David Wright into the outfield. Chris Nelson, well, you just hope right now that he gets a fastball to hit. Smokes this thing to get Cuddyer in from the outfield. Nelson 1 for 3 in his career versus Parnell.
George, one thing that has stayed consistent with every pitcher throughout the day today, going back to game 1, they're off on their fastball anywhere from 2 to 5 or 6 miles an hour because of the cold weather.
Right, and also one other thing to be thought of here. They only have one guy left down in their bullpen right now, and that's Burke, the sidearmer. Everybody else has pitched in this ball game. The Rockies still have Escalona, who threw 2 in the first. Volstad, Lopez, Betancourt, and Brothers.
2 pitches that were in the forward strike zone called balls. 2-0 for Chris Nelson. And he got the barrel out there on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Fouled straight back. He was on it. 2-1. Dyer at second, the go-ahead run. And that's called a strike. Good pitch, 2-2. This ball driven to left field. Baxter has to reach up and make the catch. The Rockies get even in the 8th, taking advantage of the error by Ruben Tejada. We'll go to the 9th, 8 apiece. Do the same thing in game 2. They were down 8-2. It's now 8-8. Top of the 9th inning. Let's check in out in center field with Joel Klatt. Joel?
Hey, how about this comeback, huh? Tie ball game, getting to the nitty-gritty. Hey, there is a chill in the air. We'll talk about that in the Toyota postgame show because all the air is in the ball game. First, it was the Rockies early, giving the Mets some runs. Now it's the Mets letting some free passes go for the Colorado Rockies. We'll talk about that. Plus, everybody in the truck wanted this one to happen. So you ready? I got a favor. And the only prescription is more Cowgill. What do you think about that?
He doesn't get it. I do, Joel.
There we go. Thank you, George.
Yeah, nice.
I get it.
That was great, Joel. The cold's getting to you, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Let's just end with yes.
Okay, and now turn it over to Rex Brothers, the left-hander, to come on and try to keep things right where it is at 8-8.
A reminder that coming up on Joel's Toyota postgame show, Toyota Talk will continue during the entire postgame show, so keep on texting in your comments. So Rex Brothers will face David Wright, Marlon Byrd, Mike Baxter.
Well, Rex, as they thought of in the future, could be the closer of this ball club. Here's a good example of giving you a shot at it right now. You got right-handed hitters coming up with Wright and Byrd.
Premier right-handed hitters in the box right now, and David Wright. 0 for 2, a pair of walks. hard on the ground, diving stop, and Rutledge will get his man. Great play by Josh Rutledge. He's made a couple of sparklers tonight, making the transition from shortstop to second base.
Well, all you can do, too, is just dive and hope that you grab leather on this ball, because it was hit hard by David Wright. Shading up the middle, caught the edge of the mound, may have kicked it towards Rutledge, and then he's able to fire to Pacheco.
Boy, that's a big out right there. Now Marlon Byrd. He's driven in 3 in the ball game. A sac fly and a 2-run single. Ground ball to third. Good job by Pacheco staying with that throw. 2 outs.
And good for Rex Brothers, too. Rex Brothers has thrown 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and gotten 2 outs.
And Mike Baxter will hit. The Rockies, George, in the bottom of the 9th, will have Yorvit Torrealba.
Johnny Herrera in the pitcher's
spot.
You mentioned earlier, a couple innings ago, the only position player left was Rosario. And you can go ahead and pinch hit him because you have Pacheco at first. If something were to happen to him, Pacheco being the 3rd catcher on the ball club.
Two 2-0 on Baxter, and 3-0. Justin Turner on deck. Probably seemed like 102. Very top of the strike zone. And that's high. So Brothers only got a lefty to come up, and he ends up losing him, and now he'll have to face Justin Turner.
Well, how much different was it from the previous pitch? A couple inches higher, maybe? Torrealba was staying low to the ground, setting up on one knee to try to get Brothers to get the ball down in the zone a little bit. Came out early, broke late out of the glove.
Torrealba sees Brothers miss high 3 times in a row. Will go out and converse with him.
Veteran move, just go out and talk to him a little bit. Tell him, let's get down in the zone. Really focus in on me here. You want to go slider, try to get it back down. Sometimes that will get you to do that.
Down the line, foul. Turner's got gaudy early season numbers. He doesn't play every day. Very good minor league hitter. Here's the 1-1. Justin at 309 and almost 2,000 at bats in the minor leagues. 2. Overthrowing a little bit. We often speak of how difficult it is because of the lack of humidity to get a grip on the baseball. Now you try to play this sport with the temperature in the upper 20s.
That's the hardest part, because you want to try to get on a seam where you got a little bit of a feel against your finger, but when your fingertips get numb, you know, now you feel you don't have a feel for your release point. You're just trying to hope you get it down.
2-2 with 2 outs. Baxter at first. And again, it's fouled off.
Really good at bat against a tough guy in Rex Brothers. That fastball 94. I mean, he got after it. Tell you what, it's cold down there right now, folks. Rex's ears are purple. That's cold.
Just off the corner. Good call by home plate umpire Dan Molina.
Well, it is a really
strike zone.
Really good call, but I mean, again, when you see Torey Alba set up out there and then you get on it, now you go to the overhead, you can see that it's off the plate 3 or 4 inches.
3-2. And a line drive base hit to left. And with the runner moving on the 3-2 pitch, the throw will go to third, but not in time. And Baxter's 90 feet away. With Ruben Tejada, wouldn't you know it, coming up.
And a guy that ended up making the error to get this thing tied, a chance to redeem. Slider, as it broke to that inner half. That's just a really nice job of hitting by Turner. He cleared his front side whiffs. He legged, when the leg came up, he recognized that pitch to the inside, so his stride went to the outside part of the plate and allowed him to get the bat head there, drive the baseball.
Funny game, baseball. Took 3 pitches for Brothers to produce 2 outs. And then the walk to Mike Baxter, left on left, and then the lengthy at bat by Turner. And Tejada takes ball 1. First and third, 2 outs in the top of the 9th, tied at 8.
Yeah, Jimmy Wright's going to jump out of the dugout. He's going to have a soft jog out there. Mets 5 for 7 runners in scoring position. Colorado tonight 1 for 10.
Look at that. You ever see, I've never seen anything like that. You have 5 position players, the entire infield in, and everyone has a mascot.
The only one that doesn't is Brothers, and maybe he ought to get one. Really hard right now. You can see just blowing into his hand there, the smoke coming out of the mouth, just trying to create some kind of warmth into your hand.
See, the wind chill's 21 degrees. Raw temperature's 31. Find a way to get an out. Mets are 5 for 8 runners in scoring position tonight. The Rockies just 1 for 10. But we're tied at 8. Here's the 1-0 on Tejada. Center field, and EY is there. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Rockies looking for 1 marker. runs. They've caught the Mets, and it's 8-8 as we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. Yorvi Torrealba will lead it off against Bobby Parnell. Torrealba tonight is 1 for 2 in a pair of walks. The one was a 2-run double back in the 5th inning to get the Rockies to 8-6. Johnny Herrera is on deck. Rockies looking for a walk-off victory. They won game 1 of this twin bill 8-4. Trying to win for the 5th consecutive ball game. No foul. Not going to do it. Tough luck for Torrealba. Check swing roller, 1 out.
Yeah, tough break there. You know, you think sooner or later maybe hit the grass, hit the lip, hit something.
I tell you what, Ike Davis came so hard, George, he almost overran that thing.
Slammed it like he was swatting a fly.
Willeen Rosario on deck, the last position player available. And the pitch from Parnell is in there, strike 1 on Johnny Herrera. What do you think, Johnny? Go deep, huh, George?
It'd be nice. Why not?
The least likely guy to do it.
Yep. It would be, but you know what? Get that fastball in the inner half to expect it, turn on it. Let's have some handshakes in the dog pile at home plate. How about it?
Yeah, and it'd be quite a dog pile. One and 2. Saw Johnny go deep a couple times last year. Guy who almost never goes deep in batting practice. 1 and 2. Oh, locked him up. Lance Barrett says he went around. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Willeen Rosario.
You see, really tried to commit early there. Yeah, you know what? You got it right. He did come around on it. See that bat come around it. Anytime it gets past that foul line area, it's kind of the guideline for the umpires.
Here's Willeen. He went 1 for 4, an RBI single in the first game. One and 0 on the baby bull. You know it's cold when you're blowing on your hands and you have gloves on.
Yeah.
Fastball. Parnell reached back. He got 96. And he went around this time. The first base umpire, Ted Barrett, indicating he went.
Another look at it here. Again, that guideline's kind of that first baseline, but obviously somebody saw him do something like that.
Yeah, I think he went also. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he strikes him out. A 1-2-3 ninth inning for Bobby Parnell. And if you haven't played enough baseball already today in these frigid conditions, we'll play extras now. The Colorado Rockies, it may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Jenny Cavnar on a bitter cold evening at Coors Field. The Rockies won game 1 after a 2-hour and 2-minute snow removal delay, 8-4. And now this nightcap will go to extra frames. Rockies 6 unanswered runs to catch the Mets. Rafael Betancourt will throw the 10th. Anthony Recker will lead it off, then Ike Davis and Colin Cowgill. And now the Mets
Buck will come
are going to go to the bench, and John Buck will pinch hit for Anthony Recker.
Officially, they got one guy left. Newhouse is the only guy left on their bench to come into the ball game.
Second extra inning game for the Rockies. They're 0-1 in extra frames. The Mets playing their initial extra inning game of the season. Buck off to a fabulous start. He's got 6 home runs. He's driven in 19. That leads the National League. And it's a high fly ball to left center field. One pitch, one out. Ike Davis will come up. Davis pinch hit in the 8th, stayed in. He had a single in the 8th inning. Takes ball 1. Betancourt worked the 9th inning in game 1. It was not a save situation because the Rockies had expanded their lead late. Betancourt was already up. Good pitch.
Anytime, like Ike Davis right now is trying to be really pull happy hard. He's trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark, so you just take it away from his power. Stay to the outside corner and stay down. You got the flare hit to left field against Belisle, but that was on a ball in on the hands, and it seemed to be in on the hands. Broke the bat in half. Torriello right on that outside corner. Trying to go get a little extra. Burke, the right-hander's warming up down in the bullpen now. In preparation of coming into the ball game.
And just missed, 3-2. Pretty good zone tonight for Bellino.
A fair zone.
(3-2) way outside, ball 4. So a walk to Davis, and that'll bring up Cowgill, who runs well.
Cowgill, very good fastball hitter. He's 3 for 5. Drew mentioned that a minute ago. He scored a run in the ball game. His average at 206 after 3 for 5. So you know how much he was welcoming those base hits tonight. Hugging the line. Johnny Herrera pushing up the middle for 2. Chris Nelson right on top of the line at third base. Give up the single, not the double. It's late in the game.
Pitcher spot.
That's why I was surprised he used Buck, Drew, because he used his last. He's got Neuenhuis, one more guy to swing it, and he's in the on-deck circle. Get away from me. It's too cold. Go someplace else. And it did.
Weather report, George, by the way.
Don't care.
Calls for 3 to 5 inches tomorrow afternoon.
Does it really?
Yeah.
What time's that supposed to start, Doug? Mr. Weatherman.
Swung on and missed. It's 1-2.
Doug says it's already started here.
Mike Davis at first base. 8-8 in the 10th. Getting a bite on a slider. It's 2-2. Strike 3. And Cowgill has gone out number 2 in the 10th.
Now, Cowgill's disappointed that he called that a strike because I think he thought it was an elevated breaking ball. But it had late break and movement, and it was right on the outer half of the plate. Caught and received very well by Torrealba. Last position guy on their bench will come on now.
Kirk Neuenhuis, Denver Christian High School, started game 1. Outside ball 1. Game 1 seems like 3 days ago. Drops the curveball on him. It's 1-1.
Hate to tell you, it almost was 3 days ago. And I've let you hog that heater the entire night.
I need a bowl of soup.
Call home. He'll have it ready when you get there.
I'm sure. Night. Here's the 1-1. It's 2-1. singles and count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, the Rockies, the bottom of the 10th inning, will have the top of the order. Eric Young Jr., Josh Rutledge, Carlos Gonzalez.
Burke worked in the first ball game, 3 hits and a couple of runs.
Two. You don't want it to get to 3-2.
You just don't. Davis in motion.
Yeah, because Davis would be in motion, and if you get a gapper, even though Davis is not fleet of foot,
he's not slow either. I mean,
but once he's underway, you get one in the gap
Yeah.
in this big yard. There's a strong likelihood he scores. 2-2. Goes full. Betancourt is just terrific at shaving corners. Had this issue in San Diego. I've never seen it before. I'm sure I've seen it, George. I just couldn't remember. He walked 2 in a row.
That you would never see from him.
He's walked Davis in the inning. He's got 2 outs, but he's run it full on Kirk Neuenhuis. See, everything's away. Get beat in. And a bouncing ball foul. Big Ike Davis will go back to first base. Do it again.
One thing about it, with Ike running around out there, at least he's going to get warm and loose. Go back and stand at first.
The 9th pitch of the at-bat, 22nd pitch of the inning for Betancourt. Keep in mind he worked the 9th inning in game 1. Ball 4.
Well, Betancourt didn't like that.
No, I'll tell you why he really doesn't like it. Now he's got to face David Wright.
Well, let's see. He really felt like he painted that outside corner. You can see all the pitches there that were fouled off and moved around, but he hit the target here. He thought he'd ran enough of it and earned the respect as a veteran guy that's going to get called a strike. But well off the plate. Very well called. Good job calling the ball. A ball because it was off the plate.
Now you have a tremendous hitter at the plate, and George, a very smart hitter, and a guy that goes to the opposite field with bump as well as just about anybody in the game. And he's going to, it would not surprise me for him to look away.
Well, the thing, for me, you got to try to minimize the damage, too. I mean, if he gets the ball over the head of the outfield, they're playing fairly shallow in left and in center, but a big gap in left center.
2 outs.
2 for 2 in his career against Betancourt.
And Betancourt, try as he couldn't get it in fair territory. Wright's hitting .357 against right-handed pitching so far this year. 0 for 3, 2 walks in the game, robbed of a hit his last time up in his last inning on a diving stop up the middle by Josh Rutledge.
A really nice job by Rutledge. Actually hit the side of the mound, kind of kicked towards Rutledge. You're not sure that play would have been made.
George spoke of 2 hits, 2 at-bats, including a home run against Betancourt. Well, if there is a game tomorrow, Rafael Betancourt does not figure to be available with all the pitches he's thrown tonight.
Yeah, Belisle probably not available either. A couple innings for him, but knowing Belisle, he'd be willing to work.
2-1. In the air and playable in right field. Michael Kadire waiting. He's got it, and Betancourt, despite the 2 walks, works out of it in the 10th inning. So the Rockies will have the top of the order looking for 1 when we return. For the Rockies, final pitcher available out of the bullpen for the New York Mets, Greg Burke, who worked in Game 1 as well. Eric Young Jr. will lead off against the Sidewinder.
Yeah, and he's, 7 innings. He struck out 7, but he gave up 3 hits, 2 runs. He's a veteran guy. But this is it. It's all yours now, buddy. Unless they get like Jeremy Hefner's supposed to start tomorrow. If they ran him down there, because he's had 6 days rest and has pitched out of the bullpen, could give you multiple innings if they wanted to do that, but then they're going to have to start hunting a starter if it gets deep and goes a lot of extra innings here. There's crazy stuff going on right now at the ballpark.
David Wright actually shortens up at third base. Ike Davis is even with the bag. Wilton Lopez now throwing for the Rockies in their pen. Outside ball 1. Junior is 1 for 5 in the ball game. Base hit back in the first inning, and he scored on a Carlos Gonzalez sac fly. This ball's driven to right center field and deep, and it is run down by Marlon Byrd. He doesn't make that catch, it's a triple.
He made a nice catch. He made a very nice move on the baseball off of the bat, where he doesn't catch it. And Byrd got on the high horse and went after this thing. He why I thought he had it, thought it was to the gap, at least off of the fence. Bird initially took a little bit of an angle in and just outran the baseball, made a catch on it, a nice catch.
A really fine catch. Josh Rutledge. Cargo's on deck. And he takes strike one. Well, this was meant as a throwback game to 20 years ago when these two teams met. First game ever for the Rockies. That's why they're wearing their road grays. The ball game came at Shea Stadium. The Mets obliging wearing their home whites here at Coors Field. But it seems a lot more like when this stadium opened on April 25th, 1995 against the Mets, when the Rockies went 14 innings and one Dante Bichette hit a walk-off blast. Who will be the hero tonight? Tejada.
Oh, man, I don't think
it's a
so.
bang play at first. We saw one earlier with EY. Now Rutledge, who can fly, makes it really close.
Yeah, Lack's not saying a word, though, over at first base. I'll take another look at it here. I mean, he can fly, folks. Tejada, not a real good grip on the baseball. Let's see if they got it right or not. Oh, man. That is tight to the runner. That's close.
I mean, he may have got him by the length of the spike. 2 outs, nobody on. Cargo. 2 singles and a double and a sac fly. Changeup that was 6 feet outside.
This is one of those spots in the game where you go, you know what? Can I use the Little League rule on the speed up thing? We'll just go forward and go to first. You know, you're going to not try to pitch to Cargo at all.
I mean, you know what, George, you're about right, because he wants nothing to do with Gonzalez. And
no, I don't blame him either.
Yeah, I don't blame him. His first 2 pitches missed by a combined 8 feet now. But you got Michael Kadire sitting on deck, and he is swinging the bat well.
What you hope happens is that, you know, if he walks Gonzalez, that it will affect him when he has to pitch against Kadire here in just a second if he walks Gonzalez, which I think he will.
He'll go fastball, but he's going to move way off the plate again. John Buck's now behind the dish. So a 4-pitch. That was as intentional and unintentional walk as you will ever see. Gonzalez to first, and here comes Kadire. Two outs in the bottom of the 10th. Cargo stole a base 2 innings ago, and he draws a throw.
Somebody's getting angry in the stands. Where is that garbage? Come on, throw him a strike. And that was the nice guy.
I like the guy who yelled, "Hey, I got to go to work tomorrow."
Well, you know what? So do the players.
2-0. 3 balls, no strikes on Cuddyer. Pacheco would be next. Three-one. Ground ball to third, off the glove of David Wright. Cargo's going to get to third. And a wild throw, and Cargo came about 30 feet down before Ike Davis grabbed the baseball. Pacheco a chance to play the hero late in game 2.
Yeah, David Wright, rough night with the glove tonight. Not an error. They're base hits, but he's had a lot of balls hit off of the glove. And this just kind of adds to the total. He's right on the line, so it's a 2-hop gain in velocity, and just popped right off the glove and headed into the outfield. Cargo thought about it when he got to third base, particularly when he saw the ball get overthrown at shortstop, but then Davis alertly backed up, and that headed Cargo back to third.
And that is an error on David Wright, which ends his string of 67 straight errorless games at third base. It was the longest stretch at third baseman in the game. And Burke taking his time, so Pacheco backs out. Both teams have committed 3 errors now.
You agree with that call?
And moving up to second, which is a smart move to Cuddyer. Obviously, his run doesn't mean anything, but it takes the bag at second away, and it forces guys on the left side to throw the ball across the infield. George, as you know, from having played this game, even though you were a pitcher, that second hop, a lot of top spin.
Tough play.
It's tough play.
It's a tough play for you. I like to see Pacheco come through here, right center field base hit.
And that's what you have. George Pacheco, game winner. Frazier called it. Rockies 9 and the Mets 8. A twin bill sweep. No dog pile. Quick hugs.
Let's get up to the
clubhouse where it's warm.
Exactly. You guys hug. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm out of here, boys.
Jordan Pacheco drove in a run in the 5th inning on a bases-loaded walk, and he gets his second ribby in the bottom of the 10th inning. A walk-off winner for Pacheco, and the Rockies have now won 5 in a row for the second time this year, and they improved to 10-4 by sweeping the Mets 8-4 and 9-8. And they came from behind in both ball games. Jenny Cavnar with the Rockies hero.
Well, George Frazier called that one, just so you know. You can thank him for that one. Talk about discipline, because at this point in the game, in extra innings, you have to have a lot up there with 2 out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But, I mean, we battled, we came back, and we deserved to win that game.